My name is Edoardo Begin. In the Wikiverse, I'm known as Orbilius Magister. My signature is those three Greek letters. And I work mainly on the Italian Wikisource. So let's begin with something different. For example, Tuba mirum spargens sonum. You know what I just did. Did any one of you recognize what I just sang? No? Oh, so you're not acquainted with Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. It was the beginning of the second movement from the Requiem K626 by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. The second movement from the Dies Irae, Tuba mirum spargens sonum. But what I actually have just done is music. My presentation will be in 3 points. First of all, a quick historical discussion about what is music. A second part, a central part about how music is dealt in Wikimedia land. And then the current frontier from Wikisource. So let's begin. What is that thing that we call music? We can say that it's a word with different meanings. For example, music can be described like any form of structured sequence of sound. If you know that French composer called Olivier Messiaen, he studied the bird songs and he transcribed them in his compositions. We can safely say that the bird songs are music. But we know that music can be written, can be an abstraction, something that designed to be exposed in exact pitches and so on. Those pitches in harmony and counterpoint and so on can be described like a language. A piece of music can be described like a small speech, a short speech. But with this language, we can create also a symphony, which is like a great novel. But this is not only the only way to describe music. Music is also something very concrete, something that is a performance, a particular outcome of that language. So, what does this mean? We understand that in the ancient times, like any human language, a writing system was always invented many centuries after the same language was spoken. And it was, the music, like a language, is an oral language, an oral medium thought for the ear, and an oral medium thought to be used with a voice. When you do not have a writing system, a language is like a river. It flows, it changes, and no one really realizes that this change. So, different traditions in different places, in different ages, use the same medium with changing expressions and traditions. Just remember that music was not written for thousands of years. And by the way, in some regions, in some countries of the world, music is still an oral medium. Written music is not the rule, it is the exception. When music was not written, the performance of the music was the the music itself. There was not the idea of something abstract. So it was situational. Like in a rock concert, when someone rehearses his music, tries to replicate exactly what was done the day before. But every new performance is somehow different from the previous. And in oral music, the author is not so important. We can do cover songs with, because there is no sheet music describing exactly what we do. And by the way, we see that written music was invented as a service to sound. Just let's try and remember these notions because they will become useful in a moment. The invention of written music was a very impactful event because it changed completely. It was a revolution in the way music was created. You see the picture of Beethoven. You know why I added this picture? Did Beethoven sing his own songs? Did Beethoven have an orchestra rehearsing his music? You know, Beethoven composed music even when he couldn't even hear his own his sounds. And he did it writing music. Writing music is a revolutionary way to create music. Music can be written even without having someone play it on the spot. Nowadays, composers compose music without having to listen to their own music. A good musician does not need to hear someone or the computer playing his own compositions. It's in his mind. But this is a consequence of written music. Just like mental reading, silent reading is a consequence of the invention of a writing system. And this created a chasm between music and performance. I can write music without expecting it to be performed now. And there is a lot of music that just waits to be performed. And by the way, written music introduced the copyright. So, let's go to the second part. What is the way that Wikimedia handles music? Simplifying to the extreme, we can say that two are the media used in Wikimedia: audio files and visible music, hearable music and visible music. You see the difference. By the way, in 2001, Jimmy Wales didn't exactly conceive the Wikipedia as a multimedia repository. There was the idea, but the main content was text. And somehow it still is. MediaWiki was not designed to store large files. But as a friend of mine said, there are no problems, only solutions. And so, important repositories were created. Now, we can benefit from Wikidata and Wikimedia Commons. How can music be described through Wikidata? We have the P31, property 31, instance of, and that we have the entity called musical work. But what is a musical work? It can be described as P51, an audio file, or P3030. So we see that this difference is included in Wikidata. And in Wikicommons, we have mostly audio files. Is there written music in Wikicommons? Yes, but it is quite difficult to trace because, first of all, sheet music in modern music is almost non-existent. Most of the current music is performed, is recorded, but is not written because there is not a market for sheet music of pop or rock songs. Most rock and pop singers do not read music. Then, another problem is that sheet music is in a difficult format. It is normally stored as JPEG, as an image, as pictures. But music is a graphical language, but it is not thought as a form of pictures. So we have a lot of small SVG files of music theory, but we do not have large files of compositions in image format. So we need a solution. And that's where Wikisource takes the place. Because if you go to Wikimedia Commons and look for a book about music, you can find some of these, because there are PDF files of various authors dealing with choral music, organ music, melodrama, and so on, opera. But I dare you to find that particular place in, let's say, Madame Butterfly by Giacomo Puccini. If you want to quote the aria in the second act of that opera, you will have a hard time looking for it in the thousands of PDF files in Commons and looking for the right page, and then trying to extract that piece of music from a PDF file. I dare you. So, you see, what would be better share? Wikisource is perfect for sharing written music between Wikimedia projects, which is the vocation, which is the origin of Wikisource. Wikisource is a source, is made to be quoted, to be used. Let's talk about audio performances. If we attach or we link an audio file, we're good. But, and it is easy to understand. Audio does not need to be a musician to be understood. But it is only about recorded material. And we fall back in the drama of copyright. You see, who's that guy? It is, his name is Damiano David, and he is the singer of a group called Måneskin, who won the Eurovision Song Contest some years ago. Okay, it is slightly famous in Italy, but his songs cannot be quoted in any Wikimedia project. There is no sheet music, there are only audio files from YouTube, from Spotify, and so on, that cannot be used. Okay. So, What are the pros and cons of written music? First of all, written music is not a performance. It's like a framework for performance. This abstraction is important to have music free from copyright. And by the way, there is a huge heap of written music waiting to be known and in perfect public domain. So, if you wanted to quote written music, what should we do? There are already people thinking about it and creating a good repository of public domain music. You probably know our cousin project, the Petrucci Library, is a wiki, is a non-Wikimedia wiki, storing thousands and thousands and thousands of printed music, digitized printed music. Or another interesting project tracing back to the 1990s is the Choral Wiki, the Choral Public Domain Library, storing thousands and thousands of different file formats of choral music. So we do not actually need to store PDF music in Wikimedia because there are already working and praiseworthy projects. But those projects have different purpose. Providing public domain scores to musicians. So they were not designed to share music to Wikipedia or to Wikiquote or to Wikibooks and to quote part of those sheet music, those scores. They are not so wiki. The preferred format is the PDF. Okay? And you know, PDF was built not to be modified. That's why Wikisource is perfect for sharing written music between Wikimedia projects. Because since 2006, an extension was invented to link LilyPond code to Wikitext. It became a working prototype in 2012, but it is only recently that a lot of music was transcribed. And LilyPond is a system to transcribe beautiful music. Not beautiful sound, but beautiful scores. You see the code up there produces the PNG file down there. So, if we find a simple line of music in a page, we can transcribe it exactly, and you see that little box. We have the chance to create on the fly a MIDI file playing that single line. That's fantastic. So, a simple line of music can be transcribed and can also be heard. And that's not the end, because any interesting music we can find in Wikisource can be edited by anyone. This page in the English Wikisource contains a carol, Away in a Manger, a famous carol. But this can be used in Wikipedia. But if I wanted to change it, because I don't like the lyrics behind below the music, and I want to copy the music, the lyrics exactly as they appear in the page, I can do it. And if I am a Wikipedian that wants to quote only the melody, I can do it. And that's what happened. In the Wikipedia page, the melody was stripped from the LilyPond file, from the score text, and was quoted. The CC by licensor, let's do it. And so, any interesting score present, which is in Wikisource, can be quoted, can be recycled, can be adapted to any Wikimedia project. So, the cons of LilyPond and of the score extension is that it is quite a steep learning curve. But, for example, it can be used to unearth hidden treasures. And that's the perspective that we can give to the world. We can give to Wikipedia and all the Wikipedia project. For example, what is just quoted is an unknown area by the famous composer Giacomo Puccini. I discovered it and I transcribed it in the Italian Wikisource, and now it is ready to be used, heard, edited, and known and used in Wikipedia and throughout the world. So, asante. If there is any question, here I am.
Any questions?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. It was really, really amazing, because when I saw music, I was another thought, but the approach you presented is really good. But I have a question. What if you can use GLAM project concerning music? Because if you go to Commons, we find a lot of musical sheets have been used through a GLAM project. Mm-hmm. Do you think that would be useful to be used also in Wikisource and, contributed concerning music?
Okay. The main gist of Wikisource is integrity. So, Wikisource gives you the source. It can be used in any GLAM event. But as this music can be edited, can be copied, can be stripped and used elsewhere, that is up to any interested party in any GLAM event.
Hi, just wanted to ask more about LilyPond. Mm-hmm. As I understand it, this is an extension that's available to help create and generate the kind of nicely formatted sheet music for Wikipedia articles. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. In any Wikimedia project, there is this score extension that lets you write code and generate PNG and audio and MIDI files.
Thank you for the clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I want to know if, for example, there's this tool called Music Score, when you can use this platform. It's open source. It's an open source platform to create sheets. So I don't know if there's a way to implement that kind of open source information to Wikisource, because the code you showed us, it looks really complicated. So I'm a musician and I'm used to writing in a sheet, right?
I'm still learning that language. It's really complicated. Because it was created by information technicians. But, and because it is like a Ferrari, with LilyPond you can really do everything from Gregorian to contemporary music. It is open source. It was implemented in MediaWiki just because of it. And it is complicated, and I have been using Finale for 30 years. But it is a proprietary software. I praise Wikisource because I do not want to create images. I want a code. I want to code my music. And you are perfectly right. It's quite difficult. I began with simple lines of music. And as any Wikipedia knows, you can learn it by copying other people's work.
Okay. Thank you for the fantastic session. The time's up. Next session is going to start. Thank you.
Asante.
A little bit, yeah, there's a bit of, yeah, okay, all right, okay. Some hands, good, good. There might be an even bigger question coming up. Thank you. The bigger question is, where do you get your music? What was that reaction like? Not sure, or?
Well, I was thinking about something very special, like
Something.
so ethically great platform.
Oh, okay, not so ethically great platforms, okay, okay.
Also get your music like around you and
Okay, okay, right. Music is all around us, right? I know the guy that was just here, right, talked about music is here everywhere. You can be your own musician, your own singer, yes, definitely. Oh, okay, some stuff is there already, so let me just go to, okay. Not showing, but that's the big question I was going to show you. Where do you get your music from, right? I mean, you don't have to necessarily answer, right? But think about the music. Where do you get it from? And the next big question is, where do you get the data about the music? And is that data good data? Is that data reliable data? Just think in your head, right? And I'm hopefully going to get the next slides. Okay, or not. As you're thinking, think about what role our movement plays in this, right? Where do you think some music sources could get their data about music? Wikidata, right? Okay, you're awake. That's good. Something else? Okay. Huh? Yeah. But yeah, Wikidata. We're going to talk about that. Hopefully, maybe I could. Handheld mic is always. But okay. So Wikidata and Wikipedia are hopefully going to be good sources for for music data, right? But how do we make them even better? That's the question we're going to try to look at now. Right? Better means more reliable, right? What does that mean, right? Coming from a source that could be trusted, right? That we could rely on, right? The other thing here is up to date, right? So data that is not old, right? Data that is newer, right? Or as new as we can possibly have it, right? The Slovak Music Database is trying to go with these outcomes here, right? Higher quality and more up to date. It's also going to be a public-private partnership, right? What that means is that there is some public involved, right? Like Wikipedia, Wikidata, right? There's also some private companies included. There's also public institutions that are included. We'll look at that soon. The project is also supposed to be a bit of a proof of a concept, right? So something that we want to see being duplicated, right? Not just, local. It's a local project, but it's gonna grow, right? Better data, as I already talked about, right? It's gonna give you a better experience. In what sense? Well, if you think about the question we asked at the beginning, or I asked you at the beginning, right? Where do you get your music from? And where is that data coming from? Right? If you think about some of the popular streaming services, right? You don't have to name them, possibly, but you know what they are, right? A lot of the time, the data they have about music comes from the public sources like Wikidata, right? If those sources are good, then the streaming services have good data, and the outcome of that is that you have a better experience listening to that music because the music that is being suggested for you is based on better data, right? You know how those streaming devices get to know you, right? They know what kind of music you want to listen to, right? The more data there is, the better data there is, the better this process becomes, right? So your music experience is better. The other good outcome of this is that the musicians actually get a better experience. Well, experience is not the right word. Get a better outcome from these platforms because they actually get more money. We looked into this. A lot of the time, musicians, lyricists, composers aren't getting paid enough, right, from the music they make, create, and author because the data isn't complete or is missing, mismatched, and so on, right? So oftentimes it is not even possible to tell who the author is, or names sounding similar get mixed, matched, and so on, right? So there is confusion, people don't get the right money or don't get the middle, right? So the outcome for musicians, authors, is a better collection of royalties. Let's look at the partners that are involved in the project here. Right? One of the key partners here, public institution, is Hudobné centrum, or in English they call it Music Center Slovakia. It's an institution that was started in 1969, went through some changes, and since 1999 is in its current form. It's under the Ministry of Culture of Slovakia, right now. And what they do, or what they have, is this kind of little encyclopedia, kind of almost like a Wikipedia of music, right? They also have an internal database that is used, or was used to build that encyclopedia. And ideally, I would like to show you this little encyclopedia they have, but I don't think that's quite possible right now. So you can just kind of imagine this thing where they are on their website. There are kind of these 4 categories, if I'm not mistaken, for musicians, for ensembles, for, no, I'm kind of not exactly sure. I would have shown you that, right? But if you look at an example of a person, you would have a timeline of their life, kind of like a little bio. You would also have a list of their works on a separate page. There's also a list of the awards they received and a bibliography page. Right? So that's kind of a nice encyclopedia that we can use here. So that's one of the partners here. One other thing I could also mention here is that the idea behind this organization is to promote Slovak music. So the encyclopedia is not the only thing they do. They do many other things, but here is what we could focus on for our project. Okay? Next thing to look at is the second partner, the Slovenský ochranný zväz autorský, short SOZA, but in English, or as an explanation, it's the Slovak Performing and Mechanical Rights Society. So in plain language, this is the organization that collects the fees or the royalties on behalf of authors and musicians within Slovakia. Okay? They are around since 1920, 1992 in its current form as an independent organization that is composed of 3,500 musicians, lyricists, composers, and so on, right, as their membership. So, of course, they are going to have a good database of their membership, of their members, right? Goes quite deep, as I've been told. But then, of course, the thing is that this is not going to be exactly a public kind of database, right? So when you compare that to the Hudobní Centrum, or the Music Center, right? They have a very public kind of encyclopedia almost encyclopedia. This one is going to be a private kind of database. But you'll see, we're going to make a connection between these two, okay? The other partner here is Reprex, which is a company based in the Netherlands, and they are kind of the technical partner, or the big technical partner behind this. They've been around since 2020. I'm actually also including the queue numbers here, so you can go to their queue item there, okay, if you are reading this afterwards. So the other thing that we did as part of this project was to create this Wikimedian in residence position. That would be me. It's actually the first time we did this in Slovakia, so it's a bit of a nice thing, right? My role here is to be the wiki person, right? So when it comes to Wikipedia and Wikidata, I'm the one connecting things. Okay, and we'll talk a bit about that later. Any questions so far? All good? All good, okay. So what do we have, right? So we kind of already talked about this already, how there's the database that the Music Center has, the encyclopedia that they've built and published for the world to see. SOZA, or the Rights Society, has its own database that's not yet public, or will not even be public. There's Wikipedia and Wikidata, right? So now let's combine all of these together. What we want to have as an outcome of this project is to have a Wikibase instance. Does anybody know Wikibase? Right? It's that thing in the background, right, that keeps Wikidata going, right? So you could imagine this as kind of like a separate Wikidata almost instance, right? This database will be based on the two sources, right? One of them is the public encyclopedia, but with the private database behind it, and the other private database of musicians and so on, okay? The idea is that this database, connected database, is going to be a private one first, right? To start the project, make sure the data is right, do some data cleaning work, and then we can do the second step here, which is to connect this database to the public database of Wikidata, right? That's kind of the third step here already, right? As you can notice, there's the double arrow, or double-sided arrow, right? What does that mean? Well, that means that, ideally, and this is what we're aiming for, there's gonna be back and forth, right? So we're gonna feed the private data into the public Wikidata, but we're also gonna check the data that already is on Wikidata against the database and see like, oh, maybe we don't have the right and up-to-date or the most correct information. And it's possible that Wikidata is actually better, right? Yeah. So the idea is that there will be a periodic synchronization happening between the two databases, right? To make sure that we have as most up-to-date, as most accurate data as possible. Okay? So let's look at the progress and some of the things that we have done. And I'm not going to talk about all the things that we have done because that would be a lot, right? But some of the key things, some of the maybe the more issue kind of things where we have to pause a bit. One of the things that you probably also know from Wikidata already, right, is how there are descriptions. Right? If you have an item, right, you need some descriptions, right, to tell the person who is reading this what the item is about, right? What is this, right? And sometimes languages are not that straightforward, right? We know how we have to think about the gender oftentimes, right? Sometimes the declinations change based on the gender of the person, right? So this kind of thing has to be thought of, right? It's not just a composer, right? It has to be skladatelka for women, right? So that was one of the things we had to kind of figure out, work out, make sure we have translations, examples, so that later on we could make this an automated thing, okay? So yeah, that's the genders and the inflections of things, of descriptions. One of the other things that we talked about a lot is the legal issue, legal issues. If you are from the European Union, or maybe if you're not, GDPR is a big thing. This general data protection, I forgot what the R is now, law, I don't know, something. GDPR is about protecting personal information. Right? It's quite a strict law. It's been a big deal. The issue is, what data can we share from this private member database to the wild world, right? As you can imagine, they have the data in that database is quite detailed, right? It's not only the date of birth, it's probably also the residential address, right? These are some of the things that we don't want to go into the public database, obviously, right? So there were also these discussions, how much is possible to share, right? Some of the opinions were, okay, we don't even want to share the date of birth, right? Because that's already private. But then as Wikipedians are probably, date of birth, that's something we normally have on Wikipedia, Wikidata, right? We don't think much about that, right? So we kind of went back and forth, and there's still some discussion ongoing about what exactly we can and cannot include, but we're about to figure that out, hopefully. Okay, let's look at the next thing. The role of the Wikipedian residents or Wikimedian residents, right? So if we look at kind of the second stage of this project, it's not only to create the Wikidata, right? But it's also to create Wikipedia entries on the musicians, the ensembles, their works, and so on. So far, there's been 50 articles that were created as a result of this. More to come. One of the things that we kind of talked about and still are figuring out a little bit is this idea of the curation, right? What is notable enough? How do we know that this is an article that should be created and this is an article that maybe doesn't have to be created, or maybe not yet, right? And one of the things we talked about here is also creating this kind of like a exhibition of things, right, that are not notable on their own, but together they form some kind of unit that is notable enough to be presented in a Wikipedia or in a wiki kind of format, right? So as an example, right, like perhaps you could say that individual opera singers might not be so notable and might not be, notable enough to have a page or an article for themselves, right? But if you create some kind of a group thing, right, like opera singers of Slovakia or something, you could have a notable something to show, right? One other thing we would like to do as well is to create a linking template, right? So that when you are reading Wikipedia, right, whether it's Slovak or English or another, you could have a link to that Music Center page, encyclopedia, to learn more about the artist, the ensemble, the work. Okay, so here's where I would show you the demo. And I'm not sure if you can or cannot show it, but here I unfortunately don't have electricity, it seems, so I'm not going to be able to show you this demo here. But just to talk a little bit about it, and I'm not exactly super technical here, but there's an extension here, or this Apache Fuseki Sparkle endpoint, that gives you a sparkle, or that uses a sparkle kind of background thing to give you a visual representation of the data. So you yourself don't have to know any sparkle, any coding, anything like that, right? It shows you the visual kind of representation of the data, right? So if you look at like one of the pages here, right, you could click on like a musician or like a composer, right? And click to expand and see the works they've written, right? Or you can click and just see the works they have written. Oh, I just said that. The works that were written about them, I meant to say, right? That was another thing you could. It would be nicer to show you. Actually, the last thing here. Let's stay in touch. Let's stay in touch. That QR code leads you to, as well as the link there, to the project page on Meta. So feel free to visit that. Feel free to reach out to me. And if you have questions, I'll take them now. Or comments maybe, or... Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. You mentioned how the encyclopedia that is available at the moment is actually private, but then you talked about integration of the information that is there with Wikidata so that it can be available for the public. Mm-hmm. How will such a thing happen?
Well, the Encyclopedia I mentioned is public. It is already available. The Music Center has a public web page that you can visit. It has the encyclopedia there. But they have a database that is behind that, right? So that database and the database of the Music Rights Society are going to be combined, let's say, into that Slovak comprehensive music database. Right? That will then be synced periodically with Wikidata. Does that answer the question? Or?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Yes, cool, thank you. Anything else to say? Any other questions? I see my time is blinking there, but maybe one last thing to talk about. Okay, so in any case, feel free to talk to me later or anytime during Wikimedia. Yeah? Thank you, Asante.
Thank you for your fantastic session.
no. All right. Can I get a sign that we're good to go? Yes? From the tech side? Excellent. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming to hopefully an exciting talk for you about Wikidata reuse. So when I talk about reuse, it's about people using Wikidata's data to build great applications. And of course, the data in Wikidata is there to be reused. Like we're doing all this work to build up a great corpus of data that developers and their friends can use. Now, as the title of my talk implies, maybe sometimes it's a bit more complicated. And I want to dive into that with you today. So Wikidata has all this amazing data, 117 million items, 1.44 million lexemes to talk about words in different languages, and 1.8 billion statements. That's a huge amount of data that people can do great things with. And they do. They build amazing applications like Wikitrivia. It's an application where you can test your history knowledge in a fun game way. I highly recommend you try it out if you haven't attended one of the Wikidata events where we regularly play it. And if you want to hear about some more of those amazing things people are doing with our data, come to my session tomorrow where I will show you even more. Now, the other side of this is like this person here on Twitter back in the days was saying, ever had a weird data set you wanted, like a list of every US senator ever and their gender, and thought, oof, that's going to be a pain to assemble? Or Wikipedia has info on this topic X, but it's going to be really hard to get it out. Well, have you heard of Wikidata? That's what we're here for, right? So yes, this is exactly what we want people to be able to do with our data that we put so much work into. Unfortunately, it doesn't always work like that. So let me show you a maybe not so untypical journey of someone who wants to develop with our data. First, they find out about Wikidata and are very excited about it. Yay, I have this data that's there and that I can use to do what I want to do to fix my problem. Then they try to get data out of Wikidata, and they hit a wall, because sometimes it's hard. And then they either give up or ask a friend, and hopefully that friend can help them. And at some point, profit, maybe, hopefully. So, yeah, not a great journey. But why is it so hard? What's actually behind it? There are a few reasons that I want to go into. One of them, or one area of reasons, is technology. And that's something my team and I are working on. So we have a fairly complex API landscape, for example. There are many different ones that do different things, and it's not always clear to people what to use when. So we're fixing this with better documentation, more clarity about when to use which of the many APIs that we offer you, and so on. Then the query service, its problems, I'm sure many of you here are familiar with. You're hitting timeouts. Writing Sparkle is not always easy. We recently split the graph in half to address some of those problems, but there's more to do. At the Wikimedia Foundation, there will be a new team that is going to look into improving the query service, for example, moving away from Placegraph at some point, to hopefully address some more of those problems that we're all facing there. And we're looking into building, and we are actively building additional APIs so that people maybe don't have to use Sparkle and the query service for stuff where you don't really need the query service, like when you don't need to look at the whole graph and do complex queries on it. If you just want, for example, the IMDb ID of an actor and so on. And the third area I want to highlight are dumps. We have amazing dumps that people can work with, except they're very big, which makes it a little bit more complicated. So we're gonna look at improving that situation as well by, for example, providing people with smaller dumps of only data they care about, or a subset of Wikidata's data that's relevant for them. Now, not all of those problems are technical, and not all of those problems can be solved with technology. There are also some social problems. For example, many developers who could use data from Wikidata don't even know about it yet. That's not great. So we've been doing the Wikidata data reuse days to highlight some of the great things people are doing with their data and get new developers onboarded and explain to them what Wikidata's data can do for them. We're doing a press and social media campaign to really get into more spaces where developers who could benefit from Wikidata's data hang out so that they become more aware of it. And last but not least, and this is something definitely you all can help with, is push more people who are using data from Wikidata to actually say so. By saying, like, this is an application that's powered by data from Wikidata. And lack of documentation and support. So to address this, we've built a new developer portal on Wikidata where developers can find all the information they need to get started building with Wikidata's data. And there's also a support page, so if you want to help developers who build applications with Wikidata's data to find their way around Wikidata, that support page is a great way how you can help answer their questions. And of course, there's also problems in the data itself. And there are good reasons for that. So Bob Ducharme, who wrote the Sparkle book, said something very nice. He said, sometimes I'm tempted to complain about how complex the Wikidata data model is. But sometimes, like this reminds me of how much thought and work has been going into it. And that's really true, right? Like, we're spending so much time thinking about how to best model the world that we live in and do it justice. But that leads to very complex data. The site needs, I think that would really help us make Wikidata better and more useful and spread our data more widely. Now let's look at some very specific ones. So we asked reusers about problems they face when building with Wikidata's data, and specifically ontology issues. And we asked them which of the different types of ontology issues is the one that makes building with Wikidata's data hardest for you. And the number one thing they mentioned is inconsistent modeling. So this is about data about one thing being modeled in a slightly different way than data modeled about some other thing. So for example, here you have two colors. Then people highlight the update speed when it really matters, right? When something happens in the world and people want to have the latest data about it. The fact that we have a ton to make it more queryable, to make it more reusable on the developer portal on Wikidata so that more people can
using Wikidata, but we are a project because I was recently involved in a deletion discussion over a large data dump that
is what kind of data this was, but it's definitely not.
There should be a clear line what's
Yeah.
Of potential here.
Hello?
Hello. So we have speakers in the room. So
Okay. Just tell us when we're live so we can share slides.
we are live.
Okay. Okay, great. So I'll start sharing my screen. Can you please confirm that the room can see the slides? Can anyone in the room shout out if they see the slides? Yes.
Yes.
In the slides.
It's okay.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So, hello everyone. Sorry we're a bit late. There was a little bit of delay and we had to be a little bit troubleshoot, but finally we're here, which is great. Basically, we are very sorry that we're not with all of you in Nairobi at the moment, but hopefully this will be fruitful discussion anyhow. We have maybe a little bit less time than what we had anticipated, but we're really happy to be here. So I'm Sarah Petti and I'm a project manager at Open Knowledge Foundation, and I'm joined here with Romina Coleman, who is a product owner, and Richard Muraya and Sayat Topuzogollure, who were the pilots of Open Data Editor. They all will introduce themselves better later. But basically, maybe to start with what I thought, and sorry for those who know us already, I'll just give you a very brief introduction about Open Knowledge Foundation. I'll be super quick because we are a little bit beyond time, and this is probably the least interesting part for all of you, so that then we can hopefully jump in the discussion very quickly. Just in a nutshell, Open Knowledge Foundation is a global nonprofit which works with open data. We're actually among the pioneers of open data since 20 years. And we build basically open infrastructures and open standards to basically make data more accessible, usable, and impactful. And what we really want to do is facilitate a way in which data can be turned into information, and information can create knowledge that produce positive social change. So this is basically, like in a nutshell, what we do. We build, as I said, open technology, and because all the tools that we build are open source, we have communities that come around all those tools, and of course we do advocacy work as well. We have a network also in 40 countries. There's a high chance that some people over there at Wikimania Nairobi are probably part of our network too. So if you see them, say hi from us. And the network has 10 chapters, but then members in 40 countries, Kenya being one of them. And it has been basically like going on for 15 years. The photo that you see here was actually taken at Wikimania in Katowice last year, where we had a pre-conference meeting of the network. If you want to know more, go on okfn.org/network. One thing to mention about the Open Knowledge Foundation is that we are very specific when it comes to open. So we are the ones behind the open definition, which basically defines, a bit like a standard, when a content or data can be defined as open. And as you can read here, basically like we can define an open content when anyone can freely access, use, modify, and share for any purpose. And you'll find this information on Wikipedia as well. And we're also behind another initiative, which is quite well known, called Open Data Day, which is a global grassroots celebration of open data around the world. As I said, we build tools, and basically one of the tools that we've been speaking about today is Open Data Editor, which is what brought us all speakers together. But Romina will explain a little bit more about that. Maybe just to mention one of our flagship tools, which is Seekan. There's a high chance that wherever you live, basically the Open Data Portal at the national, regional, or municipal level is actually using a Seekan instance. All of this to say basically that we have almost 20 years of experience when it comes to data transportation, data publication, and all of that. And of course, we have then 20 years of experience with data friction as well. So basically, whatever happens between when you find a data set and the moment you can actually use it to do interesting stuff with it. All the problems that happen in between is what we call data friction. And here I try to capture some examples. So for example, when data is lacking a license, when there is no metadata, when it's not in a standard, which means that it cannot be combined with other data, when you're using proprietary format, and also when you archive your data badly and you cannot retrieve it anymore. One example of data friction, very quick one, is this one. So you see it, and of course this is a date, and it seems quite obvious, but actually what does this date mean? The thing is, like, it can mean many different things. Could be the 6th of July 1908, could be the 7th of June 2008, could be the 8th of July 1906, and there's no possible way that you can know, because basically based on where you live, this date could have a completely different meaning, if it's even a date. So of course, I mean, to solve all of this, we have standards. So we have the ISO 8601 standard, which basically says that you have to use year, month, and date. And these standards are super, super important because it means that basically data has less friction and you can directly use it. And you don't need to ask questions to people that collected the data in the first place to understand what is there. So the expectation, of course, is that there's one standard. But of course, the sad reality is that there are many standards that are used all over the world. And basically this situation is what started to make us think a little bit, because this is a kind of like complexity that we can see also like reflect in technology as well. The way that technology is built today is very, very complex. It has many layers of difficulties. And sometimes even to do the simpler task, you have to use this very, very difficult technology, which is very environmental, not friendly. It's consuming a lot of energy. It takes a lot of space. It requires a lot of maintenance. And are currently working with 5 different organizations. They are specialized in different things, and Sayad and also Richard that are here are part of the second cohort of the Open Data Editor. And again, for us, it's super rewarding to listen to different experiences when using the app, because what we want to also incorporate is diverse voices into the feedback, and also diverse organizations working in different topics. So that said, what I like to do now is to give the stage to Sayad and also Richard, so they can start talking about how they work with the Open Data Editor, what they found interesting about the app, and also some challenges that they may face based on the organizations that are working on. Why don't you get started, Richard?
Yes, thank you very much, Sarah and Romina, for this opportunity. My name is Richard Muraya from Kenya. Currently not too far from the venue, but participating online for this for today's session. I lead a small community-based organization that uses citizen science, civic technology, and grassroots environmental action to advance climate awareness, as well as practical initiatives to reduce our personal and collective impact on the environment. The organization is called the Demography Project, and like I mentioned, our work is leveraging citizen science, open data towards advancing responsibility over freshwater and atmospheric resources. So I'll speak a bit into the 2 initiatives that we are currently running, and both leverage citizen-generated data that we use to, again, influence how we can reduce our impact on the environment. The first initiative is called Mae Makwa. It's my indigenous language for my water. And the essence of the project is to have some form of personal responsibility over freshwater resources. So we do this through 3 key areas. That is water quality monitoring, as well as water quantity monitoring. We do it at a domestic level as well as at a field level basis. So we empower communities by installing devices that monitor the level of water consumption at a domestic level, so that you can have a better understanding on the impact of domestic activities on water consumption. We also do field water quality tests. We do this for free for households which we classify as water scarce or are affected by the global climate crisis. So with this, then we are able to advance water justice by enhancing their awareness on water rights, as well as having some form of input towards policy and legislative action with regards to water rights across the country. Again, like I mentioned, we touch a lot on citizen science. So basically, we empower communities with low-cost tools, as well as the data itself, for them to have informed action with regards to environmental education, as well as local environmental action. The second initiative that we run is called Infrastructure. It's a mixture of 2 words, infrastructure and tracker. The essence of this is for us to have a better understanding on how public infrastructure development and the lifetime of public infrastructure, how much does it impact not just human health, as well as ecosystem health for that matter. So with that, we use a combination of tools. It's our data intensive initiative that includes portable air quality monitors, stationary air quality monitors, seismic meters, so that you can also assess the impact of road movement or human activity on the Earth's movement, among other issues. So all this essentially supposed to enhance habitability, that is increasing the livability or how conducive urban and rural settlements are to human life. Again, we use citizen science for this, and I'll demonstrate how we do this in the next slide. So what essentially we do is that we conduct air quality and water quality testing for households who are most afflicted by either overuse of biomass for domestic energy. We are talking charcoal, we are talking firewood and other agricultural aggregate for domestic energy. So once we conduct this kind of sensitization, especially for women-led households, who again, since women are the ones who do most of the household chores across Africa, so reducing their exposure to particulate matter and other emissions at a household level, and giving practical insights like ventilation of the kitchen areas or other rooms within the home. We want to inspire some form of action at a domestic level to reduce the impact on human health within the household level. We also do urban assessments. It's one of our key projects where we do what we call street by street air quality assessments. What we do is that we use portable air quality monitors like these, which we use to map out which streets, which avenues across urban areas in Kenya are most affected by air pollution. So then this can have some form of action at a pedestrian level as well at a policy level to enhance, again, the livability of our urban areas. We deployed the Open Data Editor to analyze the huge amounts of raw data that we collect from our air quality monitors. Again, since we have various data streams, including the stationary monitors, our water quality tests, among others. So having all these data sets with us means that there are some errors that of course have to occur due to technological challenges, as well as some issues with the various devices that you're using. So having the Open Data Editor helps us clean up the massive data sets that we have, again, so that we can have our data intact, as well as guarantee its integrity in the long term to effect our policy. That's it for the demography project. We'll be happy to field questions after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Maybe we'll pass the mic to Sayat now, Observatoire des Armements from France.
Yes, thank you, all of you. Very happy to hear with the Wikipedia world and our friends Sarah, Romina, and Richard. So I will do it quickly. So Observatory of Armament, we are founded in 1984. So we are Observatory of Armament is the only independent center of expertise and resource specializing in defense and security in France. So currently located in Lyon. The documentation center is open to the public by appointment. Our archives contain the unique items about war resistors, movements, and conflicts. And all of these items are available to students, researchers, journalists, and of course, citizens seeking information. The observatory operates on two main axes. First of all, the democratic control of armed transfers, because how you know it, France is the second weapon and arms seller in the world. So we, as a citizen, we have a lot of work for transparency. And the second one is the elimination of nuclear weapons, as well as the recognition of their health and environmental consequences for populations. We do this information work regularly by disseminating independent information through the media, independent or the big media. We are publishing books, reports, and promoting seminars, training, and debates to encourage citizens to engagement, because this defense and armed transferred question is it's not really in the public debate. So you can find more information about us on OBSARM, so obsarm.info. So how we come to make some reflection about data. As a center and of independent expertise in the field of defense and security, we have been able to observe the evolution of the web. what has allowed our researchers to access multiple sources of new information. You imagine that in the 1990, to find some information about this field was very, very difficult in France. The opacity of the arms industry and more generally in the defense sector pose an obstacle to the democratic organization of the European area, but in the world too. We started to work since in 2022 with a new report, and we started to track the public funding that goes to these companies. And we started to ask questions that substantial public funding allows these armed companies to arm authoritarian regimes around the world. So what is our collective responsibility on this? How we can say it more clearly? And we believe it is possible to reverse this trend of opacity through the information. So today we are working with college technicians on the establishment of a research, visualization and archiving environment for contextualized information. You imagine that with this huge amount of data available on the web, making comparisons of this data is more than necessary. And the comparisons make possible to check if the data is a quality, it's verified, and we can contribute to the referencing of reliable sources on the web galaxy. So I think yes, I will stop for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sayed. Maybe a question that I would like to ask both of you is if you can tell us a little bit more about how it was for you to pilot the Open Data Editor, because as Romina said, the idea of having the pilots every time is really to have an interaction, a long interaction with end user organizations to really understand whether the way that we are developing the app and the way that we're thinking about it is really solving the problems that real users have. And also get input, of course. So I wanted to ask maybe both of you if you can tell us a little bit more about how your pilot experience was, what were the challenges around using Open Data Editor, and maybe if you can tell us, because I know that both you, Sayat, and Richard have used Open Data Editor in combination with other tools like Wikidata, but also like hardware tools that Richard was showing us just before. So how did that interaction work? If you can tell us a little bit about that.
Perhaps I could start us off. So, like I mentioned, the Open Data Editor has been very instrumental in highlighting the various data gaps that we have, especially with citizen-generated data. For our work, we use a combination of the two, both open government data and citizen-generated data. And when you try visualizing or doing additional analysis of the various streams that are plugging into our work, you find that there are so many gaps that we identify that need an extra eye to more or less help us identify the errors within the data ingestion process. So what the Open Data Editor has helped us is to identify where those gaps are, because most of these are in Excel format, and you find that in tabular data format. So you find that all of this data can have some significant gaps or some errors from the devices we use. So we need to clean up these errors before we publish our data, again, so that you can ensure that the integrity of our data is not compromised. So the challenge that we had before ODE is that we had to do it manually, scrolling through the tabular data using various tools, Excel, among other tools that we've been trying to use. And again, we were unable to easily identify these issues at the initial onset of the data analysis process. So once we join the Open Data Editor pilot, we are able to use the tool itself, have it identify all these challenges, as well as helping us streamline how exactly we publish our data. So for us, ODE has not just been an accessory to the process, but has been integral, has been at the very center of how we analyze our data, ensure that we do not have any errors in the final output. Our data, again, since the data we collect is real time, most of this has affected how we've been publishing our content or publishing our open data. So ODE has been able to clean up this process for us and made it easier for us to do it in a timely and efficient manner. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Richard. Yes, I will continue. And so for us, it was something new, this pilot project, because our center not developing the tools. And I was talking about establishment of this research and visualization archiving environment for our Weapon Watch network, which is composed from citizens. When we are as an archive center, we wanted to carry out in-depth work to decide how we would put online, first of all, prepare it, analyzing and put online and archive all the data gathered by the investigators. It was, I think it is important to say that all different investigators in the different city of France, we have a lots of people that are technocritical people, or majority it's no-code user. So as a result, first of all, our monitoring tool, which is currently under development, will be based on Wikidata standards, so that as many people as possible can benefit from this data, and all the information available on Wikipedia world can be linked in. But we had one step. It was from the user investigators, and have prepared a database, simple databases. So here that the Open Data Editor has enabled us to get started on this long-term project, because we are so preparing the base models from Wikidata, and we are using LibreOffice and Open Data Editor to create the databases, and after verifying them. Odi, yes.
I'm really sorry to interrupt, but we are running out of time. We have to wrap up now.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry, Sayat. Do you want to just say a last word to close your stream of thoughts?
No. So I would like to say that I think the data quality courses that we gathered, it was even important to understand how Wikidata works and how the data works in generally. Yes, I would like to finish with this.
Thank you very much, Sayat, and thanks, Richard. Thanks, everyone, all of you who are in Nairobi, and sorry again for the technical difficulties. Please reach out to us in case you want to tell us anything. We'd be happy to discuss Open Data Editor more with all of you. You can also get in touch with Open Knowledge Foundation through a lot of different means. So here are all the links. The slides should be also on the program, so you can check them out. And yeah, please be in touch with any of us if you have additional questions. And also, I'll be present in the chat if you're online following, so I can answer some of those questions or put you in touch with Romina, Richard, or Sayat. Thanks again to the Wikimania team for making this possible, basically, and have fun for those of you who are in Nairobi. We really wish we were with you, but sadly, we're only online. Thanks again.
Thank you very much,
Thanks, Richard,
everyone.
Sayat, and Romina.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
No, I have nothing. Oh, that's scary. So the funny thing is that in this room are 7 out of 8 Wikimedians of the year, and you may need to, and until we find the one missing person, you can play a game.
contribute lexicographical data on Wikidata accessibility. The last part is also the limited mobile accessibility. And for it until it developed. Okay. And we wanted actually. Okay. So based on our research, what we wanted is we want to make sure that the data on Wikidata is created by human. That the data over there being put by human. So this becoming our center part when we are creating lexica. We want to make sure that a human over there contribute micro edits. So it will be easy to take a look at each edits and then also develop lexica. So lexica, it is a mobile friendly tool that can help people contribute to Wikidata, and it is focused on lexicographical data on Wikidata. For this, okay. And then for this lexica support many contribution activity. The first activity that the interface itself is interactive and people can understand how to do it. And another pain points that we want to address by doing this is also to make sure that the hyphenation point that people add already cater to the right Unicode. Script variant, and they can also add the lemma with appropriate language code. We know that there are some underserved language that didn't have yet a proper code, so we want to make sure that they put the correct script code for their lemma. We can cover more language into lexica. And if everyone here who are sensitive to the animation, and then there's also in the middle of the night, then okay, so in the middle of the night, then okay. So this is the link to lexica. This, if you want to log in, you can directly try to log in via the blue button over here. Okay, when you tap on the button itself, it will then redirect you into the Wikimedia authorization system, where you can type your username and then also okay. Here I'm putting my username and also my password to contribute. Okay, Lexica permission to edit the Wikidata page. Right? So this is the page you're already in. And what you see might, and for this, we will try to and link the most connected between the lexeme and the item. Okay. Contribution open, and it also should show the definition if it's present on Wikidata. But another difference is we can now directly interact with the letters that's presented. So we can move or navigate between each letter and then, okay. Yep, and each of the letters, okay? So for manfully, it will be divided as man, full, li, okay? We also want to make in the right manner according to that language. Okay, that it is spirited, and we can also see over here that the next part here, we want to add script variant into lexeme lemma. So for adding script variant, this is only available for language that's spoken language. Okay. Because Sundanese have script variants that's unique to that language. Please also let us know. Okay, this one is lexeme bubur, and then next one we have as the script. Okay. Yep. Okay.
And lexical will also take care of the lemma for this. And then change it into dark mode.
Climate issues. A product, it's data from 1901 to 2025. Sorry for these. Yeah, these are screenshots from another data set, and it spans all the 54 countries. And this data is actually super granular enough, so it doesn't only look at at the national administrative levels. So it looks deeper at a granular level, like at the township level, at the village level. So you can go down and actually see in my area what the climate is like. So these are synopsis or a screenshot of how the climate map dashboard looks like. And from that, we can see like a quick insights, like what's the average temperature, across Africa, for the year 2025, and what's the average anomaly? And anomaly being what's the difference between the current, like the current or the last year's temperature against a baseline. And that baseline, it's not a baseline we came with. It's a baseline that other international and scientific bodies agreed upon. And that baseline is, in the between 1960s and to 1990. Okay, so I'm gonna give you a quick exercise. Maybe we can try and check the tool. Just scan the QR code with your phone or even with your laptop. Yeah, I'm gonna give you a minute for those still. Yeah, so let me know if it's still, if we're ready, if it's opened up, then we can, yep. Okay, great. Okay, let me just go back to this. So on this, you'll find a place where you can filter on the country or the region you want to look at. And I mean, we can give it a try, maybe. Sorry? Okay, yeah, just a minute, one more person. Yeah, okay, great. Okay, so I went ahead because Wikimania at the moment is in Nairobi. Yes, they're celebrating the 20 years, and thank you for coming to Nairobi. So in the interest of the place we are, so we're looking at some of the, visualization, climate visualization and trends for Nairobi, and we can see over the last couple of years, there have been like an upward trend of, the area warming up, and we can see directly like we have like 1.2 degrees increase since the 1980s, and below that, you can also see the anomaly, where the anomaly is around 1.9 degrees. So this anomaly takes the last year, and then the average of the last year, and then compares that to the the internationally agreed upon baseline. And that baseline is, between 1961 and 1990, and that baseline is around, 18 degrees Celsius. So you can see how much of the range or how much difference that anomaly is. And one of the key things to note here is, at least by 2030, we want to kind of do everything possible to make sure we keep that anomaly, that range, not more than 1.5 degrees, at least by 2030. So with that, at least we'll be in a place where we are on top of our game to, on climate justice and all of that. So that's the trend line analysis. So it shows at least a moderate. So thing about climate science and climate justice is there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation on that. And people tend to use, a fear-mongering, where they say, oh, the world is ending tomorrow, or, the sea levels are rising and, we're not gonna, but how do you verify that using, like hard facts and hard data and hard evidence? So in Africa, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of simple to use and, simple to use dashboards, climate dashboards and tools. And this is why we needed to get onto these. Try and create like a visual look of how the climate has been like, how it is at the moment, and maybe how it's gonna be a couple of years or a couple of months from now. So just to kind of counterclaim or counterbalance, the fear-mongering and the misinformation that's being driven by other, by other bad actors. And besides the trends analysis, we can also see the warming stripe. They are called the warming stripe, where you can see there's a gradual change, where the blue signifies a bit cooler temperatures, and the red means like, it's a bit warmer. So, but the thing about African ecosystem is we have situations where there's a lot of seasonalities. So you find some months where it's a bit way much colder than the rest. So some of these trends, when you look at them, at a short period of time, they might confuse you because of that, that short seasonality. So the only way to get the ground truth on that is try extrapolate that across many years. And that's why we're doing like the analysis across so many years, 125 so far. But still, this is still not yet enough, because a lot of this data, sometimes it's, it's locked, and also a lot not as real time, or not as real time and not as granular as we would like. So in that, we have an initiative in our organization called Sensors Africa, where we deploy sensors that capture all these climate elements. Including rainfall, temperature, and Alicia here will talk a bit more on that. And that's where we're trying to close that data gap for us to use much more real-time data, and for us to go beyond, just these visualizations that shows you the trend, but we can make things like early warning systems. We can now do a bit more on nowcasting and just, future forecasting, not just like, trends for 10 years, for 5 years and all of that, which is a bit tough at the moment with the data we have. And with that, I leave Alicia to it. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We were hoping to do a group activity, but the setup of the room does not allow it. Eric just did a small recap of what we wanted to do. We were hoping for you guys to log into the Climate Mapped Africa, and then maybe search through a city that you know, or a city that you're concerned about in Africa, and then based off the temperature trends that you see on that city, we wanted you to identify a solution that would help the community in the city, and then relate that to Wikimedia. But the setup will not allow that. So please move the slides to the one that has. Oh, sorry. I can do that myself. Yeah, let me start by introducing myself. Okay, so I'm Alicia Olago. I'm an environmental scientist and the senior product manager of Sensors Africa. And Sensors Africa is a citizen science initiative that locally assembles and develops sensors. We are the only initiative within Code for Africa that has a tangible product. And I have one here today. So this is an air quality sensor. Aside from air quality work, we also work a lot on noise. We have just finished our first prototype and we'll begin the rollout of that within Nairobi. Noise pollution is always ignored, but it's beginning to have a lot of health impacts to children, especially children who live within cities. There's some cognitive issues going on with that, as well as the elderly population. We're beginning to see that we within the African continent need to start collecting that data so we can start understanding what are the impacts and see how we can have conversations with health departments and link that for better analysis to support communities. Aside from that, we also work on water and are hoping to move on to radiation. So the sensor you can see here, this is about 2 years ago. The one we currently have that's going around is our latest model. I think it's now a month old. It's much smaller. We've been working a lot to optimize the sensor, and this is because within Africa, there's big issues related to power, connectivity first and foremost. So there's countries or rural places we go to where we cannot connect to our power source because it connects similar to your phone. So based on that, we now have a solar panel that we connect to it to make sure that it's always running. Aside from that, there's issues of connectivity to the grid. And because of that, we now have IoT SIM cards that we use on them to make sure that we can bounce off whatever internet, GSM that is, that's available in that specific time at that point in time. So the sensors for now, they do not measure any gaseous substances. So no carbon monoxide, no methane yet. We are planning to do that in the future. But for now, we are really looking at particulate matter. And I think everyone knows the size of something like particulate matter 2.5. It's the size of, I think, a strand of hair. So it carries with it a lot of pollutants which might not even be measured on your device. So if you have a lot of information on particulate matter, you're actually capturing information that can help us have that conversation around environment and health. So based on that, it does particulate matter 1, 2.5, and 10. And then, of course, we still would need to have data on relative humidity, temperature as well. We need the GPS because we need to know where exactly is this sensor and, of course, the location to be seen within the platform. And yes, so this data is a real-time data collection. And how this happens is the data is collected every 2 minutes, and then it is sent every 10 minutes. Okay. So this is just a visual representation for you to understand our data. For people who know how to use an API, we have that as well. So you can see that that's the one at the top. You can access our data through an API. And aside from that, for those who would just like to know where within Africa do they have a sensor, you can see we have this graphic visual map. And the different colors are really looking at air quality index. This is I think it's the US air quality index that everyone always uses. So it shows you how bad it is, right? So when it's going to your reds, then you know that it's highly polluted and it's probably above the required WHO limits. And yeah, so what city was this? I can't see for now, but yeah, this is basically how it would look like if you open the website and select a city. You'd see where they're placed, you'd see the number as well. You can still click onto them and be able to get more data on that specific site that you've chosen or the specific node. Aside from that, so initially when we did start, most of the people who are approaching us were citizens who are generally concerned about the quality of their air. So we call them our custodians. So we just set up the sensor if it's within their household, connect it to their Wi-Fi, and then the data is sent to the platform. It's all open access. They can access it. But at the end of the month, For those who don't have the literacy levels to do some kind of heavy analysis, we send them the census air quality report. So it basically shows them the trend. They'll have a trend for the month and the week as well. And it shows a limit showing this is what is required by WHO. And you can see within your city, probably like today on the 6th of August, it was a bit higher. Yeah, so we send them that as well. And Eric talked about this. This is Open Africa, Code for Africa's data repository. Our historical data at Census Africa is also stored there. And the good thing about it is that we have sensors that were deployed, I think from as early as 2016. And we feel that it's very important to keep storing this data. So there's researchers who come to us. You also have NGOs, sometimes even people who are just working on a project that's looking at supporting a city, governments as well. They always need this kind of historical data just to have that analysis to compare where are we now, where were we, are the interventions that we're doing down the ground working. We've been doing some urban greenery. We can see that that is relating to the change. So it's a big conversation around that, and that type of data really helps with that. All right, this is our noise sensor. I didn't carry it. We are still planning to work on that. And if there's anyone here on the room or in the room who works in noise pollution, I would really love to meet you. We're looking for someone who can do a lot of work on calibration of noise sensors. For low-cost sensors, you always need to have that comparison with a reference grid monitor. No one is currently doing it within the African space, or if they're doing it, we haven't met them yet. So if you're in the room, please, let's talk after this. But anyway, the noise sensor only does, so far we're just doing the decibel level monitoring, and then like a 24/7 noise mapping. So the idea is to put as many out in certain places so that we can stand to understand the trends with our noise. We'll be able to know it's louder at what time of the day, what specific areas, is it places that are mixed land use? Are we having these issues around schools? Are we having it around hospitals? Places with elderly, like what you call them, where the elderly people normally stay. So we're trying to figure out how we can do that type of mapping, and then beyond that, be able to have interventions to support those specific spaces. And apart from air quality and noise, we previously were also looking at supporting marine biodiversity, or rather marine ecosystems. And we had what we called sea sensors. And this again was just similar to noise sensors as well. So it's acoustic data. And we were using this to track dynamite fishing, right? So there's some fishermen who feel like it's easier to just throw some dynamite into the water and get the fish out. Well, it gives them like heavy profit at that point in time, but what they don't realize is a few years to come, they will probably not have fish in that specific area. So we were tracking dynamite fishing. I believe this was in Tanzania. And it's a project that, of course, we'd hope to relocate to other water bodies within the continent, just to kind of keep on protecting the fish population. And still on the water side of things, we also had a project called Stormwatch. And this was not with any kind of sensor. This was using satellite data and climate models as well. So here the idea was to protect the fisher folk. There's been a lot of storms. Well, it was becoming a bit more frequent. And so because we know very well that some of these communities may not really be able to afford smartphones, we were using WhatsApp for like the institutions who work with them, but for them, they could also just get a text message on their phone saying, this in the next coming days, the weather is not that good. There's predictions of storms, so please do not go out to fish, just to protect the fishermen specifically, and this was on Lake Victoria. Yeah, and so Earth observation and AI. I have mentioned so many isolated sources of data, but we have gotten to a point where we have realized that we need to develop a tool that allows us to combine all these types of data together. So take the data from our air quality sensors, which would now be the ground sensors themselves, have some data from the satellite data as well. Aside from that, Code for Africa, we also have an initiative called African Drone that works with drone pilots. It's a network of drone pilots across Africa, and they also could contribute into this climate justice conversation, right? They can give us, of course, better resolution than the satellite data for the area we're looking at, whether you're looking at forestry, whether you're looking at water ecosystems and that type of thing. There is some rich information that you can also get from drones. And the idea is to work with Eric, who is in our data lab side of things, and our tech department to be able to come up with a dashboard that kind of has all these multimodal data sets put in together and have it for probably early warning systems, whether it's floods, because we are beginning to have a lot of floods within the African continent, all this loss and damage conversation. Also, the droughts are becoming much more severe. So if we can have a tool that allows us to have all this information together and then be able to send alerts that support any international organization that's looking at supporting affected communities on the ground, if we can give them a tool that does that for them, we think it will go a long way in supporting the climate justice conversation. Yeah, and with everything I've been saying, I thought since it's a climate justice conversation, we need to also just mention the human rights aspect of it, right? So if everything we have been mentioning and what our session is about, if things are not done right, there is the aspect of we need to have, we are supposed to have a right to health and of course the right to clean environment. And that really just goes down to all the vulnerable communities who are probably living in a place that's completely flooded and is just not habitable. And even just an area that's clean, whether it's informal settlements, all these issues, they become 10 times worse when the climate impacts are around that space. And then that then perpetuates the aspect of environmental inequality. And I think it's also really happening because we have very limited data, which then just continues this cycle. And then, of course, we know that communities require evidence for advocacy. And for us at Code for Africa, that's why we try to get as much data as we can so that they can be able to advocate for themselves. And linking to that, how do we at Census Africa specifically do that? We use participatory mapping, which means we use, of course, open source tools. So we use OpenStreetMaps. And if we were supposed to come, let's give an example then, since this room is Nairobi. So we were coming to Nairobi, and this was the map. We'd give every individual in the room a map and ask them to pinpoint what areas they have issues with, right? So in terms of environmental pollution, if you feel there's a lot of waste in that area, if there's a lot of sewer water that's there, if there is a funny smell that comes out of there, if there's a lot of open waste burning going on there. And it's really helped us be able to deploy our devices with information that's coming from them and not necessarily from us. And if you can see in the picture on the screen, that's a CBO. It's called Inua Dada. I think it's called Uplifting Women in translation. But yeah, so we were with them and they brought members of the community, and we were really just trying to see what problems do you have here. And we looked at the water issues, the air pollution issues, noise, and even went beyond that to just think of what other climate impacts do they experience. And this also gives them a space to express it in their own language without the science jargon, and also allows us to explain it to them in a way that they can digest. And it brings about that sense of ownership because they know that these people came here, they consulted us, they asked about our plight, they had a conversation with us, and this is the device that they put up. And of course, they didn't charge us or anything, but yeah, so there's that ownership. And for that reason, that's why we've had sensors from as long as 2016 in different places, in places where we actually couldn't be able to put up a sensor, where we were warned that they'd be stolen and strange things would happen. They are still active. And I think that type of engagement where you let them actually speak for themselves and tell you what their issue is very effective in pushing this agenda of climate justice. Yeah, and because of that, lastly, I'm just going to share some key milestones. So some of our data has been used to write up a journal. You can see the Clean Air Journal, that's on air pollution. And there was a feature, I think it was a 32-minute feature on Citizen TV known as We Can't Breathe. And this was a community in an area called Syokimau where there was a lot of children who had a lot of pulmonary diseases. We set up air quality sensors there, and because of that, the people in that space were able to advocate to their governor and were able to get that factory shut down. Don't ask me whether it is still shut down. These things change with the changing government. This was about 3-4 years ago. But yeah, that's one of the milestones. And the other one is a deep learning paper that was done by a group from Asia. Yeah, and this is, again, another feature, and this was based off some sensors that we put at an informal settlement in Mukuru here in Nairobi. And you can see the piece says Mukuru fumes put 60 asthma patients a month. 60 patients a month are in hospital. And you can see they also went all the way to show the levels and the limits. And this is because we sit down with the media and journalists and show them and explain to them exactly what are the levels, help them understand the data so that when they're writing up this information, it's a fact. And it's come from a device that does real-time data collection. And it's really just not from someone writing their own research that has no backing of information, data, and science. And lastly that was when one of our sensors, the data was used, and the community pushed it all the way to use our legal frameworks for reporting issues with the environment. And I think it got all the way to the Kenya National Environment Tribunal, because that's where we take our cases when we're having those types of issues that are, of course, around the aspect of climate justice and fighting for those rights of the communities that are impacted by that. And yes, I think that would be the end of my presentation. And thank you so much for listening to us and for joining us.
Okay, thank you. So I think because we didn't get to do the group activity, our takeaway would be to, at your own time, please. So think of ways, interact with the tool, and think of ways on how, depending on the insights and the data you get, think of ways you can contribute at a personal level and also at a community level using that. Thank you.
be speaking in Spanish for this panel. Bienvenidas, bienvenidos. Es un gusto tenerles aquí. Vamos a tener a una de las invitadas en versión remota y pregrabada. Nos va a contar de un proyecto que motiva esta conversación. Tenemos otras personas también aquí que trabajan sobre memoria histórica en las plataformas de Wikimedia. Y vamos a ser un poco estrictos con los tiempos, vamos a hacer un par de rondas de intervenciones del panel y luego abrir a intervenciones del público para, digamos, conversar un poco sobre esta temática. Can we please play the video? Yep, thank you.
Hola, mi nombre es Joana
There's
Botero
no
y desde
sound.
Wikimedia Colombia queremos presentarles hoy el proyecto 6402 más, que se trata de un memorial web que venimos desarrollando para dignificar víctimas del conflicto armado en Colombia a través de plataformas de Wikimedia como Wikidata y Wikimedia Commons. La idea es preservar
While we
memoria
fix the
histórica
sound,
de Colombia en
mientras
formatos
arreglamos el
libres
sonido,
y abiertos.
les cuento.
Nosotros el año pasado. Hola, mi nombre es Joana Botero y desde Wikimedia Colombia queremos presentarles hoy el proyecto 6402 más, que se trata de un memorial web que venimos desarrollando para dignificar víctimas del conflicto armado en Colombia a través de plataformas de Wikimedia como Wikidata y Wikimedia Commons. La idea es preservar memoria histórica de Colombia en formatos libres y abiertos. Nosotros el año pasado empezamos una serie de conversaciones en Wikimedia Colombia, movidos un poco por el clima, el panorama político que tenemos en Colombia actualmente. Hay mucha desinformación y negacionismo del conflicto armado, y en particular sobre un caso que es el caso que se conoce en la opinión pública como 6402, y que corresponde a una investigación que viene haciendo la Justicia Especial para la Paz, en donde pues se ha un poco empezado a reconocer que entre el 2002 y el 2008 en Colombia se dieron una serie de ejecuciones extrajudiciales en donde hubo alrededor de 6.402 víctimas, que es como el universo provisional que ha dado la JEP. Y sobre ese caso en particular hay una muy buena porción de la sociedad con mucho poder que de alguna manera ha ido desarrollando una narrativa negacionista sobre el caso, y nuestra idea con este proyecto era un poco contribuir desde como wikimedistas, digámoslo así, no solo a la memoria histórica del país, sino a combatir también ese negacionismo que hay sobre muchos de estos casos del conflicto armado en Colombia. A nosotros nos inspiró mucho un proyecto que viene desarrollándose, que ha sido desarrollado desde Wikimedia Brasil, que es la lista de muertos y desaparecidos de la dictadura militar brasileña, en donde se despliega en Wikipedia una lista de unos más o menos 4.000 registros que se hace posible gracias a que distintas comisiones de la verdad y otras instituciones del Estado brasileño liberaron datos que justamente el equipo de trabajo que desarrolla este proyecto puede jalar aquí a la Wikipedia y presentar justamente a estas víctimas con nombres, rostros, y bueno, desarrollando toda una ontología de datos que nos permite conocer quiénes eran estas personas y qué les pasó. Nosotros entonces el año pasado, a final del año pasado, participamos en un colaboratorio de memoria histórica del Centro Nacional de Memoria, y allí entonces empezamos a desarrollar el proyecto ya más concretamente y logramos prototipar en papel con un equipo de trabajo multidisciplinar lo que creíamos que podía llegar a ser el front-end, es decir, el cómo iba a lucir el sitio web. Eso fue siempre con la idea que el contenido iba a estar todo albergado en Wikidata y Wikimedia Commons. Y este año ya instalamos un colaboratorio de memoria histórica en Wikimedia Colombia, en donde nos reunimos cada 15 días a pensar proyectos, ideas, prototipar también proyectos que justamente reflexionen sobre memoria histórica en Colombia. o de Colombia, pero pues todo atravesando las plataformas Wikimedia. Y así entonces desarrollamos este prototipo digital que es una visualización de datos justamente, en donde pues presentamos acá justamente el concepto que hemos desarrollado desde el año pasado en el colaboratorio anterior de semilla de memoria, que era como una idea que de alguna manera resonó mucho en el colectivo en ese momento. Y justamente esto es un diente de león, una semilla, en donde cada uno de estos vilanos corresponde a una persona víctima de falsos positivos en el país, una persona ejecutada extrajudicialmente. Tenemos aquí unos filtros de regiones, por ahora tenemos sobre todo datos de la región Caribe, poco a poco iremos poblando datos sobre otras regiones del país. Y lo que nos despliega aquí es la información básica de la víctima, pero si picamos conocer más, nos lleva a la Wikidata y allí lo que podemos ver es justamente pues, la información sobre la persona, quién era y todos los datos que conocemos sobre la persona hasta el momento gracias a la investigación de la JEP. Toda la investigación de la JEP está presentada en las referencias, todos los autos en donde toda esta información o todos estos datos pueden ser efectivamente verificables. Y en este momento entonces justamente pues venimos trabajando en un espacio que es un proyecto de alguna manera satélite del colaboratorio de memoria que es la minga de datos, en donde el colectivo, varias personas del colectivo del colaboratorio, nos reunimos para leer los autos que viene escribiendo la JEP, es decir, esos documentos judiciales, y estructuramos los datos a partir de esos documentos para luego llevarlos a la Wikidata. Esto porque en Colombia, a diferencia de como ocurre con los compañeros del Brasil, del proyecto de la lista de muertos y desaparecidos, en Colombia no hay datos abiertos estructurados o no hay muchos datos abiertos sobre la memoria histórica de Colombia y menos sobre este caso. Entonces eso ha sido un reto importante para nosotros, estructurar estos datos y la idea nuestra es que con esta metodología que hemos venido desarrollando en la minga de datos, podamos llegar este año a poblar la Wikidata con 1.900 de esos 6.402 registros, porque sabemos que 1.900 personas son el universo de víctimas que efectivamente en este momento hay, sobre las que en este momento hay información en los autos de la JEP. Y por otro lado, venimos también trabajando con colectivos de víctimas en donde estamos levantando sus memorias para llevarlas a Wikimedia Commons y poderlas jalar al sitio web. La idea es que el sitio este año deje de ser, pues, digamos, un mock-up, un prototipo y pueda ser ya un sitio navegable con sus secciones más desarrolladas, que lo podamos llevar de GitHub Pages a Toolforge y que por último podamos también desarrollar una sección que es una línea de tiempo de ese macrocaso 003 que se conoce así en la JEP, pero que es el mismo caso 6402, que corresponde a una línea de tiempo sobre cómo ha cambiado la narrativa y el cubrimiento de la opinión pública del caso. Entonces, esa es la introducción de nuestro proyecto, lo dejo aquí y bueno, ya espero entonces que podamos conversar un poco más y con eso profundizar más sobre estas ideas. Muchas gracias.
Tenemos allí a mi compañera Joana Botero de Wikimedia Colombia y aprovecho ahora para presentar el panel. Motivadas y motivados por este trabajo del proyecto 6402 y el uso de las plataformas para memoria histórica, decidimos invitar a amigas y amigos de la región a conversar un poco sobre las posibilidades y los desafíos que enfrentamos en este trabajo. Tenemos en el panel a Luisina Ferrante de Wikimedia Argentina, tenemos a Patricia Díaz Rubio de Chile, tenemos a Iván Martínez México y a Mónica Bonilla de Colombia. Mi nombre es Bernardo Caicedo y también trabajo en Wikimedia Colombia. Entonces vamos a arrancar, tenemos presente esta experiencia, vamos a continuar hablando de los potenciales de las plataformas para la memoria histórica e invito entonces a pensar en proyectos similares que aprendimos y cómo podemos usar estas plataformas con estos fines. Para ello, Luisina, adelante.
Hola, muchas gracias Bernardo por la invitación. Bueno, considero que es súper importante pensar este conversatorio desde, voy pasando, porque estaban todos acá, este conversatorio desde las experiencias que tenemos en la región en referencia a lo que son los procesos de memoria histórica. Creo que, por ejemplo, desde Wikimedia Argentina, cuando empezamos a trabajar desde la perspectiva de la memoria histórica y desde el proceso de memoria, verdad y justicia que hace al proceso más específico en nuestro país, el proyecto que llevamos adelante es Wiki por los Derechos Humanos, que yo traje un poco como para compartir la experiencia y también contar en qué estamos hoy a partir de ese proyecto, que básicamente surgió desde la premisa de construir memorias en territorios digitales, y es un proyecto que no se comenzó llamando Wiki por los Derechos Humanos, sino que en Argentina, propiamente dicho, se comenzó llamando Wiki por lesa humanidad, que básicamente lo que representa es la lucha en Argentina por la memoria, la verdad y la justicia en nuestro país, que por la Constitución de 1994 en Argentina se pueden juzgar en tribunales nacionales esos crímenes como crímenes de lesa humanidad, homologados al mismo nivel que los tratados internacionales de derechos humanos. Entonces, en nuestros tribunales nacionales pudimos juzgar y seguimos juzgando a los genocidas. Así surge Wikilesa, cuando empezamos a trabajar en el 2016, identificando que en Wikipedia en español la información vinculada a los juicios por lesa humanidad en nuestro país o no estaba del todo actualizada. Entonces, en ese proceso comenzamos a pensar Wikipedia como un territorio digital para construir memoria en el momento, en tiempo real, lo que es Wikipedia, ¿sí? Entonces, a partir de ese momento hasta el 2019, y hago ese quiebre en el 2019 porque después avanzo en un detalle, realizamos 40 editatones y talleres de formación en diferentes espacios, pero principalmente en los sitios de memoria, que son los espacios recuperados por los organismos de derechos humanos y por la ciudadanía en general a partir del 2005 en nuestro país, donde funcionaron los ex centros clandestinos de detención. En Argentina hay alrededor, bueno, a partir de la investigación que se llevó adelante en nuestro país, funcionaron 500 centros clandestinos de detención durante la última dictadura cívico-militar, entre 1976 y 1983, y hoy tenemos, por la ley de sitios de memoria en nuestro país, más de 50 sitios de memoria identificados como sitios de memoria. Después hay espacios de memoria, etc. Bueno, ¿cómo llevar los territorios digitales a habitar esos sitios de memoria? Fueron las editatones de Wikilesa Humanidad, donde trabajamos con trabajadores de sitios, con funcionarios del Poder Judicial que se encuentran en las unidades de lesa humanidad de nuestro sistema judicial, juzgando a los genocidas, con equipos de investigación, con universidades. Llevamos adelante ese proyecto de editar contenido en Wikipedia y actualizarlo, y en el caso que no exista, crearlo. Eso sucedió durante los primeros años de Wikilesa, y en el 2018 logramos llevarlo a la región, y así es como surge Wiki por los Derechos Humanos, porque de lesa humanidad no podemos hablar en todos los países de la región, porque el sistema que juzga es distinto, si se juzga. Entonces hablamos de violaciones a los derechos humanos y trabajamos y articulamos a nivel regional con un montón de colegas que están acá sentados en Colombia, en Chile, en México, en Venezuela, en Uruguay y en Paraguay. En ese sentido, a partir de esa experiencia, lo que sí logramos ver es que era posible construir memoria en territorios digitales de forma directa, en tanto contenido a crear en Wikipedia, y creamos y mejoramos más de 800 artículos en la Wikipedia en español, que luego fueron traducidos, por ejemplo, a la Wikipedia en vasco, que hicimos un trabajo muy importante con los colegas de Wikimedia País Vasco, y también a su vez pensamos lo importante que era poder poner en juego este sentido de memoria, que cada cultura y que cada territorio lo lleva adelante y lo habita según su propia experiencia histórica. Y eso también nos dio a nosotros muchos aprendizajes de cómo pensar la línea de derechos humanos dentro de Wikimedia Argentina, más allá de hacer editatones y construir espacios para crear y mejorar contenido en Wikipedia. Y en ese sentido nos encontramos hoy transversalizando la temática de derechos humanos en los 3 programas de Wikimedia Argentina, el programa de educación, el programa de cultura y el programa de cooperación. Y ahí van a ver los proyectos que hoy están dentro de la línea de derechos humanos, que son proyectos que llevamos adelante los 3 programas, en donde compartimos las experiencias de los aprendizajes de ese primer proyecto que fue Wikilesa y Wiki Derechos Humanos, y que hoy atraviesa la mayoría de los proyectos Wikimedia, pero principalmente Wikidata, Wikimedia Commons y Wikipedia, a partir de estos específicos proyectos que llevan cada programa. Archivos en Vigilia, que después Iván seguramente va a contar un poquito, lo llevamos adelante desde Wikimedia Argentina hace 5 años y es específicamente en Wikimedia Commons y lo lleva a cabo el programa de cultura, talleres de formación en derechos humanos con universidades que está dentro del programa de educación, el proyecto Comunicar Diversidad, que hoy es Wikipedia y periodismo, pensando también cómo habitamos estos territorios desde la perspectiva de luchar contra la desinformación en los territorios digitales en general y principalmente en Wikipedia, y proyectos comunitarios que busca construir comunidad y comunidades Wikimedia desde una perspectiva y un enfoque de derechos humanos. Y por último, lo que sería más la temática de justicia climática y derechos humanos, que también lo sumamos dentro de transversalizar estas acciones dentro de Wikimedia Argentina.
Muchas gracias, Luisina. La experiencia de Argentina es sin duda uno de nuestros referentes. Vamos a escuchar ahora a Patricia Díaz Rubio con la experiencia en Chile.
Muchas gracias, Bernardo, por la invitación a conversar sobre este tema. Bueno, yo quería conversarles sobre una campaña que lideró Wikimedia Chile el año 2019. El año 2019, en octubre, hubo una serie de protestas espontáneas que primero se concentraron en la ciudad de Santiago y rápidamente se extendieron en el territorio. La particularidad, la masividad y el hecho inesperado de estas protestas hizo que mucha gente saliera a la calle a documentar, por supuesto incluidos los wikimedistas, quienes identificaron rápidamente de que esto era no solamente algo inédito, sino que era algo importante y que eventualmente iba a tener un impacto en nuestra sociedad. No solamente esas eran las razones, mucha gente lo hacía porque veía en los medios de comunicación un relato que no se ajustaba necesariamente a lo que ellos estaban viendo a través de sus ventanas, ¿cierto? de sus contextos. Entonces, hubo muchísima información que se produjo a raíz de estas protestas y también a raíz de la respuesta de violencia policial que intentó controlar o contener a los manifestantes. Entonces, bueno, hubo como una necesidad muy importante de parte de los wikimedistas y de las personas en general de documentar esta información. Sin embargo, a medida que se propagaban las protestas y que también aumentaba la violencia, empezamos a ver cómo esta información, que había sido mayoritariamente compartida en medios sociales, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, empezaba a ser bajada, porque no cumplía con las normas de creación de contenido de estas plataformas privadas. Entonces, desde Wikimedia Chile dijimos, ok, ¿cómo podemos entonces no sé si aprovechar la palabra, pero usar esta coyuntura también para promover Wikimedia y particularmente Wikimedia Commons como un espacio seguro para documentar, para guardar, para resguardar esta información y que se proyecte en el tiempo. Lanzamos entonces una campaña en medios sociales que estaba anidada bajo el hashtag Esto pasa en Chile y Chile protesta. Por supuesto, ahí está siempre la dificultad de como un afiliado a Wikimedia mantener esa neutralidad de la importancia del contenido sin que tenga una interpretación partidista, pero siempre fijándonos en la importancia del contenido y del hecho histórico que de una u otra forma estábamos viviendo. Y solo en ese momento recopilamos más de 300 imágenes que las personas, particularmente fotógrafos amateur, iban subiendo a Wikimedia Commons. Después vino la pandemia. Y muchas cosas también impactaron en el curso de estas manifestaciones que se mantuvieron en octubre, noviembre, diciembre, enero, febrero y marzo. Y un poco también obligados a tener que pensar nuestro programa de otra forma, lanzamos el concurso fotográfico que se llamó Los meses que cambiaron Chile. No sabíamos todo lo que iba a pasar después, pero bueno, donde también recibimos casi 400 imágenes, la mayoría de nuevos usuarios, personas que nunca antes habían participado en Wikimedia, pero que engancharon muy bien con la idea de esta plataforma colaborativa anónima que permite documentar y resguardar información. Después nosotros seguimos utilizando estas imágenes para mejorar los artículos de Wikipedia relacionados con las protestas que se conoce hoy en día como estallido social. Y luego seguimos vinculándonos con la construcción de contenido relevante del proceso que vino después de las protestas. De Chile tuvo un proceso de cambio, bueno, una asamblea, algo similar a una asamblea constituyente para cambiar la constitución, que fue un poco como en lo que terminaron las manifestaciones, y de hecho también hicimos las gestiones para tener un wikimedista en residencia en ese proceso, que está sentado ahí en la sala, Sebastián Flores, que después les voy a preguntar un poco más. Esta, por ejemplo, es la imagen del día en que se inauguró la Convención Constituyente, el 4 de julio del año 2021. Esta fue una imagen que tomó una de las personas que era parte de la Asamblea Constituyente, y nosotros hicimos las gestiones para que ella donara esta imagen a Wikimedia Commons. Esta imagen apareció en 8 días Wikipedias diferentes, tuvo más de, no sé, era como 40.000, 50.000 consultas en Wikimedia Commons, fue citada en todos los medios de comunicación en Chile y en el extranjero. Ahora, ¿qué pasó? El tema es que, bueno, el proceso constituyente fracasó, luego tuvimos otro que también fracasó. Por lo tanto, hoy en día estamos en una cierta como visión un poco crítica con respecto a lo que fue todo el proceso 2019. Sin embargo, nosotros queremos eventualmente continuar con el proyecto de seguir documentando y armar una narrativa, o más bien dicho, articular algo en torno a todo ese contenido que se logró juntar. El proyecto que presentó Joana me parece súper interesante, y quería traerles este proyecto que no es de Wikimedia Chile, es de otra plataforma que se llama AMA, Archivo de Memoria Audiovisual, que ellos lo que hicieron fue recolectar testimonios, imágenes y documentos en general de personas que fueron víctimas de violencia policial durante el estallido, y lo tenían alojado en un sitio web donde trataron de georreferenciarlo. Y eso permitía, por ejemplo, identificar en Santiago en qué parte había habido más heridos por balines, que fue la forma en que la policía atacó a los manifestantes. Y pensamos que con Wikidata eso se puede hacer, siguiendo un poco el ejemplo de Colombia. Así que eso.
Muchas gracias, Patricia. De hecho, nosotros seguimos el ejemplo. En Colombia hubo un estallido social en 2019 después de lo que pasó en Chile. Just in case, there is live interpretation. You can access it using the QR that is around on the sheets. Yeah, thank you. Now ahora vamos a escuchar a Iván Martínez con la experiencia en México.
Muchas gracias, Berna, por la invitación. Pues justo sí, para Wikimedia México ha sido un tema transversalizado de manera orgánica. Yo creo que la edición sobre derechos humanos. Hemos participado en algunas de las iniciativas, concretamente siguiendo el ejemplo de Argentina, que para nosotras es un referente en la construcción de ese tipo de proyectos. Sin embargo, pues este año, tanto con Clo, que está aquí sentada en la silla, como con Luis, hemos decidido como formalizar un poco más esta iniciativa que se llama Yo Edito Derechos Humanos, que tiene que ver con poner en primera persona, poner en la propia enunciación desde la existencia en un país como México, la incidencia en un proceso que busca la memoria, la verdad y la justicia. ¿Ya se muestra ahí? Sí. Esta es la iniciativa. Como ustedes saben, México tiene una crisis muy grave de derechos humanos que se focaliza en 2 delitos muy graves, que es la desaparición forzada y el asesinato de activistas. También un largo legado de impunidad del proceso de terrorismo de Estado que se derivó en los años 60. Y también aprovechamos una coyuntura que ocurre también en los otros países sin que lo nombremos, pero también es necesario nombrarlo, que al menos en México, igual que en Colombia, en Argentina y en otros sitios, este proceso de memoria comenzó con el arribo de un gobierno progresista que inició una comisión de la verdad que hizo posible que iniciara este esfuerzo. Antes no, había un pacto de impunidad y de silencio que se comenzó a romper a partir de 2018 en el caso de México. Entonces, pues la participación y los contactos que tenemos con esta Comisión de la Verdad han sido fundamental para formalizar y para hacer necesario este proyecto. Les voy a mostrar en un momento por qué es necesario articularlo de una manera más metodológica. Pero bueno, el proyecto Yo Edito Derechos Humanos es un proyecto que está iniciando en México, pero que tiene una vocación internacional, ya que lo estamos trabajando en 4 líneas temáticas. Existen actualmente otros proyectos que editan sobre derechos humanos en el movimiento Wikimedia, pero desde Wikimedia México hemos notado que no no están colocando, digamos, la prioridad que nosotras pensamos en una situación grave de crisis de derechos humanos. Entonces queremos trabajar en estas líneas. La primera, en casos y sentencias emblemáticas. Para eso ya tenemos algunos contactos con la Comisión Interamericana de Derechos Humanos para completar aquellas sentencias y casos que se han tomado en el sistema interamericano. La segunda son personas y organizaciones defensoras de derechos. Una cosa que nos han comentado las organizaciones defensoras en México es que faltan personas, faltan causas, faltan biografías de personas que trabajan derechos humanos que no están actualmente en Wikipedia. Algo que reveló esta Comisión de la Verdad que les comento en México y que añadió una nueva capa es que el terrorismo de Estado, particularmente en los años 90, tuvo una gravedad y una profundidad y podríamos decirlo así, una hazaña particular contra las comunidades de la diversidad sexual y a la discursiva que venía tratándose en los últimos 20 años en que el terrorismo de Estado solo se había ejercido hacia activistas, hacia personas guerrilleras o hacia defensores de tierra y territorio. Este esfuerzo de la Comisión de la Verdad sumó una línea temática y un trabajo en archivos y una evidencia de que también las personas integrantes de las diversidades sexuales en México sufrieron una persecución y espionaje y desapariciones tal cual otros grupos sociales vulnerables. Esto es algo que incluso causó una polémica muy importante dentro de la propia Comisión de la Verdad, que incluso provocó que hubiera una ruptura dentro de esa Comisión de la Verdad. Y lo último, pues también retomar la inspiración de lo que está haciendo el movimiento Wikimedia de trabajar tierra, territorio y medio ambiente, solo que en México, pues la inspiración o la vocación de este trabajo tiene que ver mucho más con la defensa de la tierra y el territorio, con una interpretación que viene desde los pueblos, una interpretación que viene desde las comunidades y que también se nos ha dicho que pues no está presente como tal en Wikipedia. Ahí en esta imagen ustedes pueden ver nuestro primer editatón que hicimos en la Casa de Refugios Itlaltépetl, que trabajó lesa humanidad, delitos de lesa humanidad en México. Y bueno, finalmente, estos son algunos de los aliados que tenemos ya o en pláticas o ya integrados para trabajar con nosotras, la Comisión Nacional de Derechos Humanos, la Comisión de Derechos Humanos de la Ciudad de México, Artículo 19 con quien hicimos este editatón, México y Centroamérica, la Red Nacional de Organismos Civiles de Derechos Humanos, Todos los Derechos para Todas y Todos, que agrupa 84 organizaciones de 23 estados, y como les comentaba, pues también hemos estado en plática tanto con la Comisión Interamericana como con la Oficina del Alto Comisionado para los Derechos Humanos para que podamos seguir trabajando en esto. Un poco invitados por Argentina, comenzamos a subir archivos en esta campaña que hicimos que ya hace Argentina año con año y que también sumó a Brasil y a Paraguay, me parece, no sé, Luisina, ¿quién más? Brasil y Paraguay, ¿no? Que se llama Archivos en Vigilia, y pues ahí estuvimos persiguiendo por todos lados a la Comisión de la Verdad para que pudiéramos liberar algunos archivos, logramos liberar como unos 180, pero afortunadamente y gracias al esfuerzo de María de Becky de Artículo 19 México y Centroamérica, logramos ahora tener en nuestras manos unos primeros 25,000 archivos para poder subir a Wikidata de un total de 280,000, y eso nos pone en un reto técnico y archivístico enorme. Por eso le decía a Mónica, y también les hago extensiva la invitación a la colaboración, porque esto también en México nos plantea un reto enorme, porque es muchísimos archivos que tenemos ya, que de hecho el proceso técnico ahora mismo es que estamos descomprimiendo los archivos, literalmente, que se lleva varias semanas que se descompriman 280,000 archivos. Y bueno, pues eso es básicamente el proyecto. Finalmente, estamos en pláticas con otros aliados regionales, pero queremos meterle mucho la ficha a Centroamérica, que es un lugar en donde no hay mucho trabajo de Wikimedia en general, y pues es una invitación, por supuesto, también el proyecto para que ustedes se integren. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Iván. Pasando un poco a la siguiente ronda, que es sobre los desafíos y las oportunidades de una agenda en común, quiero invitar a Mónica Bonilla a hablarnos del lado más institucional de los desafíos que ha encontrado el proyecto que Joana socializó al comienzo, el proyecto 6402 más y el Colaboratorio de Memoria Histórica en Colombia.
Bueno, qué gusto estar aquí con este panel. Y bueno, como les venía contando Joana en la presentación, uno de los intereses y de las cuestiones que nos invita a crear y a trabajar el año pasado en Colombia fue el hecho y sobre todo esta necesidad de dignificar víctimas. Y ahí nos preguntábamos mucho cuál es el rol de Wikimedia, por ejemplo, en Colombia, ¿no? Cómo podíamos aportar a lo que venía haciendo la JEP. Y lo primero que hicimos fue una línea de base en las plataformas Wikimedia. Queríamos saber cómo se estaba documentando las paces, porque no hablamos de una sola paz, sino de diferentes paces en el país. Y en ese ejercicio lo que encontramos es que, por ejemplo, los perfiles públicos de políticos estaban muy bien documentados, de militares, pero las personas de a pie, de la sociedad civil, no. Y tuvimos la oportunidad, la coyuntura de tener la conmemoración de la Semana de la Memoria, donde el Centro de Memoria Histórica hizo una convocatoria nacional para participar de un escenario que se llamaba el Colaboratorio de Memoria. Y esto es digamos que de los aprendizajes, oportunidades y desafíos, y era que Wikimedia Colombia presentó una propuesta, no la ganamos, y era, bueno, ¿cómo vamos a llevar a un colaboratorio de memoria a Wikimedia y cómo vamos a hacer partícipes a personas que venían tanto de la academia como de la sociedad civil? Teníamos a víctimas, teníamos también a victimarios, y era cómo nos vamos a sentar en la mesa a documentar y a llevar a hacer un ejercicio de memoria en las plataformas. Y hemos venido incorporando herramientas metodológicas como lo son los laboratorios, los laboratorios ciudadanos, de poder darle agencia a la ciudadanía en escenarios en donde vamos a co-crear de manera conjunta narrativas, propuestas, herramientas, y eso es lo que venimos haciendo en Wikimedia Colombia, pero ha sido un desafío porque es un cambio en la lógica como veníamos trabajando, ¿no? No podíamos llegar con una dictatón a un escenario donde las personas no tenían interés en editar, ni sabían escribir, ni necesariamente querían que esto quedara, por ejemplo, en Wikipedia. Y voy a compartir otro de los desafíos, y es que Joana nos estaba mostrando que la JEP libera unos documentos. Estos documentos no siguen protocolos, hablábamos de datos estructurados, son PDFs, en muchos casos son Words, así que pues qué gran desafío, porque hemos tenido que ir a hablar con la JEP, hemos tenido que ir a decir que en Colombia hay un acuerdo nacional en donde nos comprometimos ante el mundo a liberar información que debe ser accesible para la ciudadanía y que un PDF no lo es. Así que pues hemos estado haciendo como incidencia en la necesidad de poder trabajar desde la institucionalidad en los ejercicios de documentación y, por ejemplo, en este caso, de la importancia de estructurar la información, de que sea libre, de que sea accesible y de que pueda usarse, por ejemplo, para investigaciones o para el trabajo que venimos haciendo desde Wikimedia Colombia.
Muchas gracias, Mónica. Ahora, en como 2 minutos máximo, vamos a abordar el tema de desafíos y agenda común. Luisina, adelante, gracias.
Buenísimo, 2 minutos. Perdón si hablo rápido. Bueno, yo creo que el principal desafío para Argentina en este momento es el contexto político que tenemos. No es nuevo para Wikimedia Argentina un contexto político que niega lo que pasó en nuestro país, porque ya lo hemos tenido, y de hecho en ese contexto nace Wikilesa Humanidad, porque no había otro lugar para registrar y lo logramos. Y creo que fue un elemento clave para hoy poder garantizarle a nuestras alianzas vinculadas al campo de los derechos humanos y vinculadas a la educación y los derechos humanos, un espacio y un aliado en donde confiar desde una perspectiva de conocimiento libre y abierto. El desafío es seguir siendo un aliado potente para esas experiencias. En 2 semanas tenemos una editatón en la ex-ESMA, que es un ex centro clandestino de detención, que es un evento muy importante, pues el Día del Detenido Desaparecido, y lo hacemos con madres de Plaza de Mayo, que nos convocan a poder seguir generando contenido en Internet, en un sitio que ellas entendieron que era aliado como Wikipedia, estoy hablando de señoras de más de 90 años, porque no tienen otro espacio donde visibilizar sus luchas. Entonces creo que ese es nuestro desafío, y seguir estando donde tenemos que estar con alianzas que construyen memoria en cualquier territorio que les propongamos, y eso para nosotros no deja de ser una necesidad, por eso les contaba la necesidad de transversalizar la línea de derechos humanos, porque no solamente con un editatón podemos construir esa conciencia colectiva, sino que a través de todas las acciones que llevamos adelante podemos construir una forma de ejercer los derechos humanos en territorios donde nosotros los habitamos constantemente y sabemos cómo habitarlos, empezando por la cultura libre. Y creo que eso es hoy un desafío que seguimos sosteniendo como capítulo.
Manejo del tiempo impecable, muchas gracias. Adelante, Patricia.
La defensa de los derechos humanos está cuestionada, no solamente en Chile o en Argentina, sino que lamentablemente en nuestra región y de manera global. Entonces yo creo que ese desafío no solamente tiene que ver cuando editamos o creamos proyectos sobre esta temática en particular, sino que cuando hablamos sobre libertad de expresión, derecho a la información y un poco todo lo que hacemos en el universo del conocimiento libre. Pero para no ser todo tan negativo, ahí me voy a salir un poco el libreto, no solamente de identificar los desafíos, sino que también las oportunidades que de repente se nos pueden presentar. Yo creo que es muy importante para nosotros como activistas de estos temas, ser lo suficientemente sensibles a los tiempos, los momentos, cuánto es el momento adecuado para poder incentivar este tipo de colaboraciones. Nosotros ya habíamos tenido experiencia en Wikimedia Chile trabajando en temas de derechos humanos gracias a la colaboración con Wikimedia Argentina sobre violaciones ocurridas durante la dictadura en los años 70 y 80. Y fue justo la conmemoración de los 40 años del golpe de Estado en el año 2013, que ayudó mucho a que hubiese una sensibilidad social y que se permitiera, por ejemplo, la apertura de archivos, que el Museo de la Memoria y los Derechos Humanos en Santiago también colaborara con Wikimedia Chile, que se subiera mucha información, y eso nos permitió, por ejemplo, a nosotros como Wikimedia Chile, construir en Wikidata la línea de tiempo de las desapariciones, que identifica que las desapariciones en Chile eran por partido político. Primero los comunistas, después el MIR y así, y bota por tierra la tesis de que esto era una guerra civil en el fondo, y que la gente iba desapareciendo a la medida que se iba enfrentando. O sea, mostró que había una planificación detrás. Pero eso fue un contexto muy particular. Entonces ahora en que, como les comentaba antes, la memoria del estallido social está un poco como de ala caída, yo pienso que va a revenir en algún momento, porque es un tema que sí sucedió y que fue muy importante y que hay más de 400 personas que perdieron total o parcialmente la vista en Chile. Hay que estar atentos a cuando ese momento llegue. Y cuando ese momento llegue, lo vamos a documentar, lo vamos a transparentar y lo vamos a subir a Wikimedia.
Genial, mil gracias. Vamos a tratar de conectar a nuestra colega Joanna. Can we please shift to the video call, to Zoom, if possible? Para escuchar también la agenda común hacia donde podríamos ir de manera colaborativa. Vamos a intentarlo y si no lo logramos rápidamente, continuamos. Is it possible? Thank you. Thank you so much. De pronto no vamos a tener mucho tiempo para preguntas, pero sea la ocasión para invitarles a seguir conversando sobre esto. Y también, al menos el proyecto de 6402 va a tener póster en la sesión. Entonces, bienvenidas y bienvenidos a acercarse y seguir conversando sobre la agenda en común. Y si quieren más detalles también sobre esta iniciativa, allí estaremos para eso.
Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Me escuchan? ¿Me ven?
Joa.
Hola, ¿me escuchan?
Joana, ¿estás ahí?
Sí, estoy aquí, pero...
No te escuchamos, Joana.
Hola.
Te vemos, pero no te escuchamos.
Pucha, no me escuchan. No. Hola.
Mientras solucionamos...
¿Me escuchan ahí?
Sí, ahí estás. Adelante. Agenda común.
Vale, muchas gracias por conectarme y gracias por esta invitación. No, encantada de escuchar todos estos proyectos de la región. Como dijiste vos, conocemos pues bastante de lo que ha hecho
Wikimedia Argentina, es cierto, y muy interesante también pues lo que está pasando en Chile y en México. Sobre la agenda en común, en varias oportunidades hemos tenido encuentros con otros colegas, en particular también de Argentina, de La Plata, y hablamos mucho sobre ontologías comunes, si acaso es posible pensar en modelado de datos que nos lleve también como a pensar cómo podemos realmente nosotros hacer existir esa memoria histórica común en las plataformas y en particular en Wikidata, que es tal vez el lugar que en este momento nosotros estamos utilizando más. Entonces, sí tenemos intención, ganas que podamos sentarnos a pensar como región un poco más sobre estos temas de ontologías comunes en Wikidata o de modelado de datos en temas de memoria histórica. Y yo me he dado cuenta también que nosotros tenemos mucho por aprender sobre el tema de archivos, sobre todo porque en Colombia no hay una política de archivos clara en la preservación de memoria histórica, y en este desafío nos estamos enfrentando nosotros bastante, sobre todo en el trabajo con las víctimas y con las instituciones también, porque ha pasado que nuestra Comisión de la Verdad, por ejemplo, ya terminó su mandato y en este momento su archivo está en manos de la JEP, pero ha sido para ellos también desafiante la preservación del mismo, y por ende, pues como sociedad estamos llamados también como a continuar y a extender esos esfuerzos amplios entre muchas colectividades y la sociedad civil para que esa preservación se pueda dar de mejor manera. Y yo creo que ahí tenemos muchísimo que aprender de la región, por lo que estoy viendo. Cada vez que llego a estos espacios veo que hay mucho que podemos aprender en ese sentido. Entonces, bueno, creo que ahí habría ya estaría pensando en una agenda común por ese lado.
Perfecto, muchas gracias, Johanna. Continuamos con la agenda y hacia dónde podemos ir de manera colaborativa, Iván.
Bueno, pues como comenté en la presentación, nosotros estamos a nivel político e histórico en México en un esfuerzo en donde apenas tenemos un primer informe donde se hace cuenta de todo el desastre. Estamos como 20 años atrás en México, a diferencia de otros países. Entonces, pues recién estamos como colocando los cimientos de la metodología que vamos a utilizar. Lo segundo es que me interesa mucho lo que comenta Johanna, por el hecho de que también en México sí tenemos no se hizo un esfuerzo de memoria histórica, pero el gobierno anterior a 2018 sí hizo una ley de archivos en la que establece testar todos los nombres de los perpetradores. Entonces eso, mucho de lo que vamos a subir a Commons está testadísimo, porque no tiene los nombres, los datos personales de los perpetradores. Entonces pues hay otro reto ahí. Es un reto institucional también en Wikimedia México por todo lo que nos está cayendo de información y cómo lo vamos a gestionar y financiar, por supuesto. Y nos interesa mucho que nos unamos como región a trabajar este tema. Yo siento que el frente común es necesario ante el avance de los diversos fascismos en el mundo que están ahí pues avanzando por varios lados. No pasarán, por supuesto, si estamos unidas. Y finalmente también quiero mencionar, y que es algo que no se habla comúnmente en esto, es que también es un reto personal porque editar de estos temas es bien complicado. Yo de manera muy personal de repente me doy unos descansos y abandono este tema para conservar la salud emocional, porque es difícil estar releyendo y leyendo los casos y las sentencias, créanme.
Muchas gracias, Iván. Mónica, agenda común.
Bueno, estaba pensando ahorita en algo que me parece un desafío y una oportunidad, si lo pensamos como un escenario de trabajo conjunto, y es que para el caso de los 6.402, digamos, el sueño que tenemos desde Wikimedia Colombia es poder llevar todos estos casos a todas las plataformas. Empezamos por Wikidata porque es una plataforma en donde de cierta manera tenemos algo de gobernanza y es un poco más fácil introducirse dentro de Wikimedia. Y también ya les contaban que estamos haciendo ejercicios de documentación multimedia, entonces Wikimedia Commons es el otro escenario, pero bueno, pues Wikipedia también es muy importante, y ahí es un desafío decirle, por ejemplo, a una madre de una víctima que se siente escribir un artículo cuando tienes al otro lado del mundo a una persona para quien no es relevante la memoria histórica de un país como Colombia. Entonces, creo que esa es una oportunidad de trabajo en conjunto y que aquí hay muchas personas que son unas super editoras, también tenemos a muchos editores en potencia y sería muy interesante poder trabajar juntos y juntas como en ese escenario.
Muchas gracias, Mónica. Gracias, Luisina, Patricia, Iván, Joana. Mil gracias por sumarse a esta conversación. No tenemos mucho tiempo para las preguntas, desafortunadamente, pero sí para las invitaciones y recoger algunos de los puntos que han surgido. Yo creo que la motivación inicial, lo decía Mónica, es un obstáculo en términos de formatos de publicación de los datos, al menos en el contexto colombiano. Nos encontramos con PDFs y de ahí la tarea de estructurar los datos de manera manual y colaborativa, pero que nos consume muchísimo tiempo. Emparejado eso con una agenda de cabildeo ante las instituciones para que publiquen los datos de manera adecuada. Ahí creo que hay una agenda en común que podemos adelantar. Otra capa de los desafíos ha sido, y la conversación queremos favorecerla, ya hemos hablado también con Julián Cueto y tenemos el referente también de Brasil en términos de las ontologías y de los alcances de las propiedades que existen en Wikidata. Tenemos que también explorar otras plataformas, tenemos las oportunidades que ofrece Wikibase, Wikibase y todo esto también, al menos en la apuesta institucional que tenemos desde Wikimedia Colombia, a través de las metodologías colaborativas de los laboratorios ciudadanos y la documentación de esas metodologías en abierto para que sean replicables. Entonces tenemos el esfuerzo por dejar esto en Wikiversidad, ahí vamos. Sí, siempre bienvenidas, bienvenidos a sumarse. Necesitamos manos y necesitamos también poner esas metodologías a prueba en otros contextos. Entonces ahí podemos poner metodologías a viajar, herramientas también como la ficha de persona detenida, desaparecida, asesinada, desarrollada en el contexto del trabajo de Argentina, nos sirve, pero pues ahí tenemos más oportunidades. Entonces sea un enlace rojo para continuar la conversación, para seguir creando de manera colaborativa y nuevamente muchas gracias por su participación. Gracias a todas y a todos.
Karibu Kenya. Knowledge is more than information. It's a living story we tell together in many forms. Sometimes it's built one byte at a time. In every article you write, cite, and edit. Sometimes it's passed down bead by bead in the colors and patterns of tradition, holding our history, our hopes, and our courage. It's woven into the lasso, a vibrant clothing with beauty and meaning, wrapped in proverbs and wisdom that speaks across across generations and borders, or thanks to the digital revolution, even shared in memes, and it pulses through Nairobi, the beating heart of the Silicon Savannah, where tradition and creativity meet innovation, and ideas come alive in every corner. At Wikimania Nairobi, we celebrate the richness of shared knowledge, the power of community, open collaboration, and the vibrant voices shaping the future of the Wikimedia movement. Welcome to the celebration of 20 years of Wikimania, and the very first in East Africa. Karibuni Wikimania Nairobi.
kabisa. Eh? Thank you. Asante sana. Asante sana, Burundi dancers. Thank you. Asante sana. Those are the famous Burundi drummers. As we promised, this is an East Africa. You guys cannot hear me? Okay, let's see. Okay. Can I? Yeah, it's good now. Perfect. Great, so let me take two. Welcome to Nairobi and thank you to the Burundi drummers. As we promised, this is an East African Wikimania and you just got a taste of Burundi entertainment. So welcome to the magical Kenya, a land of warm hospitality, rich culture, and breathtaking landscapes. My name is Winnie Kabinsi, co-founder of the Wikimedia User Group Kenya, and a proud member of the Wikimania 2025 co-organizing team. I want to start first by apologizing for the technical hiccup that you've experienced, but this just shows us that our community is growing, so kindly bear with us. So give me this moment to introduce this amazing team that is standing here with me. And I'll give Anthony Mtabangu, who has been a co-lead of the 2025 Wikimania co-organizing team, a chance to introduce the wider COT. Over to you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Winnie, and welcome to Wikimania 2025 in Nairobi, Kenya. I can start introducing the COT by saying a few words. Organizing Wikimania is quite a beautiful journey, but it comes with what I call beautiful and constructive complexities. Yes, it needs commitment, resilience, teamwork and collaboration. And this comes from both the WMF staffs and also the volunteers from all over the world. So it's my pleasure, and please allow me to introduce the co-organizing team behind Wikimania 2025. All right, so my name is Antoni Mtavangu, and I'm a co-founder of Wikimedia User Group Tanzania. I have been a co-lead with Winnie, leading this incredible team here that you see in front of you, and this is the core team for Wikimania 2025. So I can start from the programming. We had an amazing lady called Alice. Can you wave to the people? Yes, thank you, Alice, for a great job around programming. Then we had a lady who have been leading scholarships, Carol Moura. That is one of the toughest committees because we got a lot of applications and it's very hard to select who should come in person for Wikimania 2025. Then we had a communication lead, Terry. Yes, and she was supported by Romeo all the way from South Sudan. Yeah, for the conference like this to come to reality, we need partners. And we had an amazing man, African man, you know, Michael Maua. And he has been supported by our chief from South Africa, Bobby. All right, so Wikimania is good when we have a hybrid format because it gives some chance for more people to participate. So as you can see, this Wikimania is hybrid, and we had an incredible team that have been working to ensure that both online participants also enjoy Wikimania. And we had Otto Nyongore all the way from Tanzania. And he was supported by Joris. He's not here for some reasons, but they did a great job.
From Ghana.
From Ghana, yes. All right. So a big thank you for everyone who have been part of this organizing journey. And this includes a list of a number of WMF staffs and also the volunteers, who is you actually? Some of you are here in person and some of them are participating online. A big thank you to all of you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. We also had our liaisons from the Wikimedia Steering Committee, Butch, and Eric, and they'll be coming up shortly for the remarks with the steering committee. And also, of course, we also had a great support from the movement communications team at the Wikimedia Foundation. Specifically, we have Elena Lapel, we have Ziska, we have Anna, and we have Lisa and Abdallah as well. And last but not least, also in absentia, we had Belinda Bambo from South Africa. So we are grateful for the wider team that brought this Wikimania together. So it's such a true honor to welcome you all to Nairobi for a Wikimania that is historic in so many ways. Only that, not only is it the first Wikimania hosted in East Africa and the third in Africa since inception, but it's a celebration of 20 years of this great gathering under this year's symbolic theme, Wikimania 20, Inclusivity, Impact, Sustainability. As you walk around and interact with different assets we've curated for you for this Wikimania, you'll notice a few local touches which are symbolic to us, especially as Kenyans, because again, we are hosting you here. So the beaded lanyards that you're all wearing are inspired by the Kenyan bracelet that you must have seen a lot of Kenyans, including myself, wearing. So this symbolizes unity for us as a country, identity, and it's become one of those, as somebody said yesterday, part of Kenya's list of great exports, of course, after coffee and the rest. So as you wear it, let it also be a symbol of the unity of communion that we've all had in this movement. You've also seen some beautiful bags. Again, those are also handmade here, and they are also a reflection of trying to support the historic ban that Kenya has had on single-use plastic bags. So please reuse it. Reuse the water bottles that we've also shared there. The fabric that you see in there is also part of how we tell stories. You'll see a fabric at the front where the theme is engraved, and that's an African outfit, a very cultural attire that is used to also share wisdom and messaging. So thank you so much and enjoy Nairobi. And thank you to the Powers COT for all the work and dedication that you did. And at this moment, please give them a round of applause as they exit the stage. We're going to welcome Ludovic on stage, who will also give brief remarks on behalf of the Wikimania Steering Committee as well. Welcome, Ludovic.
Thank you so much. Asante sana.
Karibu.
To the core organizing team of 2025 for welcoming us in Nairobi in such a warm manner. We're really glad to be hosted here in this warm and excited East African community. It's really wonderful that you had the courage to bring us to your beautiful Kenya. It's truly exciting to see that everything in this puzzle comes together. All the organizing, programming, slide preparing, and karaoke practicing will all have to pay off this week. Yes, I'm looking at all of you. Wikimania is all about connections, learning, and improving our movement together. As Wikimedia, we are a community of communities, and Wikimania is where we have our shared meeting space. This is where English meets other languages. This is where Wikipedia meets sister projects. In the sessions, we learn from the many of the experts from all corners of our little universe. I want to especially give a warm welcome to the over 1,000 attendees that have registered to join us remotely. The vibrant conversations during breaks, in the evenings and at breakfasts are the beating heart of our in-person Wikimania. It is where we make new connections and friendships, and I hope that you will all make most of the use of that opportunity that you have here while in Nairobi. This year, we're running a little pilot program to try to provide some of that experience also for our online attendees. As one of the channels, you'll find the Village Pump, the name that is traditionally given to the main conversation channel, the main conversation forum on English Wikipedia. And I would encourage the remote attendees to take this opportunity to go to that Village Pump, meet each other, talk with each other, chat, introduce yourself, talk about all these topics that you're learning about in these hybrid sessions. And that gives you the opportunity to also take part in some of the dedicated online-only content that we're creating there, where we're talking a little bit more with some of the speakers about the content, about the topics that they're presenting here, with extended questions and answers, where we're focusing especially on remote participation. On behalf of Wikimania Steering Committee, welcome again at Wikimania, and we're looking forward to many conversations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome all, those of you in the room and those joining online. I'm Mariana Iskander. I'm the CEO of the Wikimedia Foundation, and I wanted to begin by saying congratulations to the core organizing team for an incredible amount of work welcoming us here to East Africa. So thank you one more time to all of you. Can we give them a final round of applause? There are a long list of people to thank, and Winnie started down that road, so I just want to say a few more thank yous. There are a number of people who do work throughout the year in our volunteer communities and at the foundation to make Wikimania possible. There are also many people here who enable us to be able to enjoy this event, the people who serve our food, the people who clean our rooms, the people who make the event support possible. So I would like to acknowledge and thank them as well. We're going to have an opportunity later to see the newcomers who are here for the first time. And so I just want to give a very, very special welcome to those of you who are attending your very first Wikimania. You are surrounded by friendly old-timers who will also introduce themselves shortly to you. I'm especially honored to be with you for my last Wikimania as the CEO of the foundation. It is personally meaningful to me that we are doing it in Africa this year. And so just to express my own gratitude for that and to say thank you to all of you for coming to Africa and joining us here for this Wikimania. So I only have one reflection before I hand over and we get the party started. Yesterday, I spent time at a session designed for users with extended rights, administrators, stewards, other members of our community who ensure that our projects continue to grow and to stay strong. At the end of the day, one of the Wiki administrators reflected that for him, the summary of the day was that Wikipedia is never finished. And when he said that, it made me think about this mission that we have that seems almost impossible, to provide free knowledge forever, in perpetuity. And to do that now and for generations to come. Which is why you have heard many of us at the foundation talk about the generations to come. What will it take for the Wikimedia projects to be multi-generational? This is the 20th edition of Wikimania. Next year, we will celebrate Wikipedia turning 25. And all of you have enabled the first generation to be strong and to be successful. The question is, what does the next generation need? What will it take to build on the success and the incredible contributions that we have made for the last 25 years? So I'm going to be asking you that question over the next few days, and when I come back on stage Saturday to close out, I hope I can share the stories that you will tell me and the ideas that you have. So for now, sit back, get ready for our incredible opening ceremony. It is an absolute pleasure to introduce one of my most joyful colleagues, Natalia, who is going to kick off the opening ceremonies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it was the first time in history when a Polish person was called joyful. So, hey everyone, as Mariana said, my name is Natalia. I am part of the movement communications team, and I'm also a long-time Wikimedian. And I'm very happy to see you all. And you know, as a Wikimedian, like, we don't necessarily enjoy being on a very large stage in a spotlight. So it's kind of like this type of moment. But the reason that I am here for the second year in a row hosting the Wikimedian of the Year with you and for you is because from this place, I have the best view of the whole Wikimania. Because from this place, I can see all of you, all the different generations of Wikimedians brought together by this beautiful event, all the humans behind the largest knowledge project in history, the humans behind the backbone of the internet. That's you. So I would like to ask you to also take a moment to enjoy this view that I have, and to just right now look around and just wave to each other for a moment and smile to each other. Polish person asking people to smile. Just smile. Okay, online people, feel free also to smile and wave. except if you're in a public space, then you may want to just, I don't know, stretch maybe or something like that. So that then very strange. Okay, so when I told you that I am a Wikimedian, I also meant that I am a user with extended rights. I'm an administrator on Polish Wikipedia, a former ARPCOM member, former oversighter. So for me, it's really, really heartwarming to acknowledge that this year, for the first time ever, we had a global convening of users with extended rights. More than 110 users with extended rights, admins, Czech users, stewards, met together to learn from each other and to discuss. And most importantly, we introduced the mascot, Moppy the Mop. Is Moppy the Mop with us at the opening? Oh, Moppy is here. Feel free throughout the event to take a selfie with Moppy. Moppy likes that very much. And to talk with Moppy about users with extended rights. But it was not Moppy who taught me how to be an administrator. The person who taught me how to be an administrator was my husband, also a Wikimedian, someone who used to be an administrator. And I'm a Wikimedian. I know that there are so many ways of understanding who is an administrator, what does that role mean, right? But I like what my husband taught me. What he taught me is that this role is about being of service to the community at all times, constantly coming back to the policies in our movement, thinking about them, thinking about the values that brought them to life, and also being kind and open. So my husband was a really great administrator, but even the greatest administrators make mistakes. So, give me a moment, I need to talk to my husband. Can I have a camera on me? Marek, I don't know if you're watching this. I hope you are. It's Wikimania, so you know. But I'm going to tell the story now, so people will know, okay? That's where we are. Okay, so it was a few years back. I was sitting in a room, I was quietly editing. This is what we do. And suddenly, the room opens, my husband rushes in, full panic, eyes wide open, and he's like, "What have I done?" So, you know, when your husband just runs in and says, "What have I done?" you just get a little bit anxious. So I'm like, what happened? Turns out, my husband wanted to check the mass deletion tool. He just wanted to see the interface, just look at it, not delete anything. He was 100% sure that before it goes off, there will be some kind of a confirmation button. At the time, there was not. So, 2,000 pages going down. So my husband blocks himself, thinking that will help. No. 2,000 pages. So I will just, this is how many pages were there. This is where we got, okay? This. Okay. We had a lot of fun time just putting those pages together manually as Polish Wikipedia admins. That was really, really fun. So for years I thought that this is kind of like a unique story. My husband did something stupid by pressing a button. But it turns out that as Wikipedians, we kind of do that. This is what we do, okay? I found out that on English Wikipedia, there is a whole page where you can find a whole story about the times that we put something really stupid in an edit summary, blocked someone we should have not blocked, for example, ourselves, or we broke a template that was really, really, really important. And apparently, what we are really, as Wikipedian, tempted to do is to delete the main page. We are so tempted to just go and delete the main page that there is a special page on Wikipedia asking us, please don't. And while I absolutely agree, all the users with extended rights, please, please, please don't delete the main page. Basically do nothing with the main page, just let the main page just be and enjoy. My thinking is that basically this is the moment when we are most Wikipedian and most human. The moment when we try something, we make a mistake, we fix it, and then we create a meta page about it. And I think this is what makes us a very human, beautiful community. And because today is about celebrating us as a human community, let's go to the party it's my absolute pleasure to welcome on the stage Jimmy Wells. Hi, Jimmy.
Great.
So we chatted a little bit about how we make mistakes as Wikimedians, and I have a question. Is there any mistake you did or recall from the early days of Wikipedia?
I think one of the things in the very, very early days, the main page of English Wikipedia was completely unlocked. Anonymous IPs could edit and so on. And there was a discussion, oh, is this too much? And I was on the camp of, no, we trust everyone, let's just keep it this way. And then somebody vandalized the front page on a day when we had an enormous surge in traffic anyway. And they put something quite horrible there. You can look it up if you want to know. And so loads of us were trying to revert, but the servers were struggling. And I had to actually log into the server and delete the horrible picture. That was a mistake.
Okay, I guess.
But we got by it, you know. I said, you know, at least if we were Britannica, this would have been the end of us. But as it was, we just thought, oh, that wasn't good. And we just carried on because we're Wikipedians, so.
That's it. Okay, so how about, Jimmy, we will test the audience. Did any one of you ever made a mistake while editing? You can raise your hand. I will not ask you what mistake it was. I will not ask you who deleted the main page. Just raise your hand. Oh, I see someone who really wants to say that they deleted the main page. Okay. Okay, so I guess this is how we are, and this is how we are human. So, but coming out of the depths of Wikipedia, let's just move to the here and now. Jimmy, this is my first time in Nairobi, and based on totally on my own research, it is so great here. It is beautiful. People are kind. Nature is stunning. Have you been in Nairobi?
No, this is my first time as well, and I've traveled in many, many places around the world, so I'm excited to be in Kenya. I love coffee, that was mentioned, and love Kenyan coffee. And so far, I've had a really great time, and my children really want to come and do a safari and all that, so I'll probably be back next summer.
That sounds great. There is a feeding giraffes opportunity also, so that sounds nice. Okay, so yeah. So Jimmy, I know that each Wikimania is very unique in its own Wikimania way, and what strikes you about this one?
Yeah, so this Wikimania, I mean, a lot of things are pretty obvious, but you know, this is the 20th anniversary of Wikimania, so that's kind of hard to even imagine. I mean, I remember the very first, I remember all the Wikimanias. We're very, very close to the 25th anniversary of Wikipedia itself, which is like huge. This is the first time we're in East Africa, as many have mentioned already. We have a growing technical community of Wikimedians. The hackathon was great. A full day dedicated to users with extended rights. That's something we had not done before, which I thought was super cool. And we're more multilingual than ever. I think this Wikimania is being interpreted into 5 languages in real time, which is pretty amazing.
An amazing Wikimania. So Jimmy, you mentioned that we are coming close to 25 years of Wikipedia. So it's quite a journey from a little page that everyone can vandalize, including the main page, to the project we are here today, the last best place on the internet, the backbone of the internet, how they call us. So the world around us is changing. How we access knowledge is changing. So what do you think, what does the world need from us now?
Well, I mean, I think what the world needs from us now is what the world has always needed from us, but the need feels more acute these days. It's not just the knowledge that we're sharing, but also our policies, the way we implement them, and our values, the value of being really, really passionate about the facts, about neutrality, about calm explanations. You know, we live in a world of flame wars and tweets that frighten everyone and so forth. And here's Wikipedia, and we're just explaining things and being calm, and I think that's super great. I mean, we've, I think, figured that out, and we figured out how to challenge disinformation with reliable sources, which is super important. We are pretty good at even working together on polarizing topics. I mean, if you go onto social media, you see some polarizing topics and you think, gosh, people just scream at each other, but you come to Wikipedia and you see really thoughtful, interesting debates. How do we get this right? How do we explain this complicated issue? So those values that create and maintain the information that people can trust in a world that's increasingly full of AI, spam and nonsense, anger. This is more important than ever, and I think that's what we're here for.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. And now, as a community, we have so much to do and to achieve. And I think we will now go to everyone's favorite moment, which is the Wikimania countdown. And yeah, Jimmy, you have quite a lot of city names to remember.
Yeah, just our screen keeps flicking to different
Yeah,
things, and
we would
I'm
love
about to have to name all the Wikimanias in order, and I will not be able to do it without the monitor. So can we get the, yes?
It's not,
Don't touch
does
it.
Jimmy remember all Wikimanias in order contest?
I mean, I
Please.
remember them all, but not necessarily in
But
order. So here's a tradition we do. If you're new to Wikimania, you won't know about this, but we basically go through all the Wikimanias, and as I mention that Wikimania, you should stand up, and we'll cheer for you. And so we're going to start with the first one. Even though my monitors have died, I do remember the first one. So if you were at the very first Wikimania in Frankfurt, please stand up.
Woo!
Yes. Oh yeah, Andrew. Yeah, we got Delphine. I remember a lot of these people. I'm not spotting everybody, but I know they're all here, and these are the true old timers. Then we're going to go to the next Wikimania. Maybe people who have a good memory can shout them out for me. Pardon? Cambridge. Oh, and also you should remain standing. If you were standing, remain standing. So number 2 was Cambridge. Number 3, oh, here they come on there. Whew. Taipei, Taiwan. That, if it was your first Wikimania, Taipei, Taiwan. Alexandria, Egypt. Oh, we're not picking up too many. Oh, I see, here's one in the back. Viva Wikimania. Buenos Aires. Yes, very good. Gdansk. Danzig. Haifa. Good, yeah. DC. Okay. We're going to have everybody standing soon. Hong Kong. Okay, this is getting good. Oh, London. I was like, I don't think I've been to that one. No, I live there. London. Mexico. Yes. Very good. Lario in Italy. That was a fantastic Wikimania. Right above Lake Como. Montreal. Okay. Cape Town. Oh, that's a good group. Yeah, I see some of the Africans. Stockholm. Oh, online. I love online, but I've lived there all the time. I like to travel somewhere. And then another online, second online. Then Singapore. Katowice. Fantastic. And Nairobi. If this is your first Wikimania, welcome. So, really, really great. Pardon?
No, just... Okay.
Okay, well, I'm really glad we had that because it helped us bridge them fixing the monitors. So, we got all this. We can scroll a little. As we complete that, this is something we do every year. We take a moment, just have a bit of a moment of silence to think about the Wikimedians, the friends we've lost over the years. There's always, in a human community, we have young, we have old, we have healthy, we have ill, we have all kinds of people in the community, and we occasionally lose people. So let's just have a moment of silence to reflect on some of the people who, unfortunately, aren't with us here. Okay, and now let's just have a moment of applause in deep appreciation for those and the lives they lived and the gifts they gave us.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. I'm pretty sure that the audience wants to know, okay, but who are the Wikimedians of the year this year, and also when dinner will be served. So let's move to the first category. Last year, we started a new category, the Functionary of the Year. And of course, Wikimedians started debating, is it the right name for the category? Who is a functionary? Who should be in the category? So I'm still thinking about the name. Would a golden mop do?
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure if this name of functionary is something you can really brag about to your non-Wikimedia friends, to say, I'm very excited I've been made a functionary at Wikipedia, and people are like, that sounds terrible. But actually, it's part of our culture. It's part of, I mean, even the mop, it's like, in the early days, people were afraid, oh, we're going to have administrators who think they're on top of us and they're going to boss us around, and there was a lot of concern about that. It's like, no, the idea of administrators, the idea of all of the advanced rights, has always been about serving the community. Like, how do we help people? How do we greet newcomers? How do we get rid of the trolls? How do we make this thing happen? So it's not about bossing people around, it's about supporting. And so, tonight, we are honoring one of the functionaries.
Okay, so did you know that the person we are celebrating this year holds multiple rights in a Wikimedia project? Did you know that this person is a steward keeping our project safe and supported? Did you know that this person has been rotating Polish Wikipedia Did You Know column daily for years manually? Jimmy, you did know.
I did know, yes. I always spend a lot of time looking at all of the candidates for all of these awards. It's one of my favorite things to do. And so congratulations to our Functionary of the Year, Aramil Faraksa. I'm trying to get better with the name. Aramil. Congratulations, fantastic. This is your award, a giraffe.
Thank you.
So.
Okay. So, Aramil, first of all, I appreciate your Polish and your smiling. I know it costs us Polish people a lot. But I wanted to say that you are a user with extended rights, and we talk about them today a lot. You hold many hats. You're a steward, a Czech user. You used to be an ARPCOM member. You're an administrator. And I wanted to ask, what motivates you to keep going?
I think I'm motivated by the desire to help protect the projects, including the smallest ones, from vandalism and abuse. So I regularly check various request pages, whether it's steward requests or local admin notice boards on my home wiki, because I really don't like when these pages become backlogged, because it's frustrating to see users waiting for action. I try to do my part to keep things running smoothly. But in addition to these activities related to extended rights, I also like acting as regular editor, so writing new articles, even though it usually takes me several days or weeks or months.
Okay, so we mentioned that you have been rotating that Did You Know column daily. And is there any fun, quirky article that you've seen through that column?
Yeah, there are many fun articles in Polish Wikipedia, but many of them are based on puns, so not good for non-Polish speakers. But there is one article I really like. It is the Dachshund March in Krakow. Every September in Krakow, a parade of Dachshunds walk through the city while their proud owners follow behind.
So a dog person, not a cat person. I get it. So, Jimmy, I have a citation from the Signpost that your favorite article is an inherently funny word. Is that true?
Well, I think it is true, although I'm going to show my mother this, who is a dachshund owner. She's going to love this article. I'm going to show it to her. Yeah, so the inherently funny word article in English Wikipedia, it used to have an illustration that made me laugh out loud. It was a picture of a cow with horns tied on its head with a rope, And in the caption, it just said, according to some, cow is an inherently funny word, which I loved, but there was no source, so it got taken out, which is the right answer, unfortunately. But yes, I love that article. I actually love a lot of the quirky things like that that you wouldn't find in a traditional encyclopedia, but are, you know, interesting and fun.
Okay, so thank you for bringing them to the main page. Remember, thank you for everything you're doing. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
So, Wikipedia is not only about fun content, but it's also about the infrastructure that makes sharing this content possible. So we need our technical community, and we need people who support the growth of this community. So let's celebrate our tech contributor of the year, someone who has been helping our tech community to grow and who has supported our infrastructure.
Yeah, let's celebrate a Wikimedian who has mentored more than 1,000 tech Wikimedia contributors, created numerous Wikimedia tools. Eugene Agbor, come to the stage. Eugene. Congratulations, fantastic.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Eugene.
Thank you very much, Natalia.
I wanted to ask you, is it true that when you conducted your first Wikimedia training, you were a newbie yourself?
Oh, let me take you down the memory lane.
Can we show the slides? I think we have a fun, or I don't know fun, but an old picture.
I will just tell the story. Few days after I joined the Wikimedia community, I participated in training others how to contribute. That's many years back, that's 2016, and I was barely 2 weeks as a Wikimedian. I was already training how to contribute technically, so that's the history. I guess that's why I'm here.
That's great. What is one contribution that you're most proud of?
Okay, let's go into the Wikimedia servers now. Oh, completed this stuff.
I don't know what it is.
That is just a basic query. I was trying to know what are my favorite tools, how many people contribute. It's the ISA tool. I think every community in Africa has used that tool. And soon we are clocking 1 million contributions, and we have over 1,000 users. So for me,
Fantastic.
That's most awesome thing I've done.
That's great. Okay, yeah, great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your work.
Okay. Jimmy, we have a huge community of photographers in the Wikimedia movement. And you know, right now, we can generate pictures with AI with just one press of a button and a better or worse prompt. And my question to you is, why do we still need human photographers?
Well, I mean, at least with a human photographer, they know how many fingers belong on a human hand, unlike AI. But actually, you know, Wikimedia photography is about documenting the real world. The facts of reality is what Wikipedia is all about. We care about copyright. And behind so many of the pictures in Wikimedia Commons are incredible stories. So it's that human element that's still unbelievably important to us.
Okay, you convinced me. So in that case, let's celebrate the Media Contributor of the Year, a tireless photographer who has uploaded more than 86,000 files to Wikimedia Commons, a person who has photographed heritage, famous people, and even awarded trees.
Yes, let's welcome to the stage Vera, a dedicated Commons photographer and an admin on Wikimedia Commons. And by the way, I'm trying to, on my computer, I'm organizing and gathering all the photos I've ever taken since digital era. And I don't think I've even taken 86,000, much less contributed that many. Here's your word.
Well, I've uploaded 86,000. I've made and I've created 7,500 original works.
Okay.
It's through my technical skills that I've been also able to catalog and transfer quite so many files.
Fantastic.
So, Vera, you mentioned that what actually brought you to the Wikimedia movement was Jimmy's TED Talk from 2007.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about it?
Yes. So in Jimmy Wales's TED Talk from 2007, he talks about how contributions to Wikipedia, that only 18% have been made by anonymous users at the time, and that Wikipedia was actually made possible by a close-knit community of less than 1,000 people. And this had stuck with me when I was looking for a community to join after college. And the 10-year anniversary of the Dutch language Wikipedia had been so much fun that I've been active in the Dutch chapter ever since.
Right. Yeah, I remember this TED Talk very well, and I remember talking, and I never thought that so many people would see it and come and join the movement because of it, and that's incredible news. Great, thank you.
That's an amazing impact. So, Vera, you photograph a lot. If we will have the slides up, we may be able to see some of your works, maybe, but okay, here they are. So, what are some of your favorite photos? Yeah, we didn't, yeah. We had a whole debate with Vera what photos should be there, and we were supposed to have a different photo in the middle, and we changed that, but apparently it's not updated.
Yes.
It's not Wikipedia, apparently.
Yes. So the first photograph is of Judith Elik, who is a Hungarian filmmaker, which is probably my most striking work, and I like it a lot myself, but it's also quite nice to know that it will probably always be the most defining photograph of her, and will still be on Wikipedia even centuries from now. The second photograph we had agreed on would have been of the Westland Museum, which you can find on the list of Rijksmonumenten in Westland, which is the region I grew up in. It's the region where most greenhouse agriculture is located, and it's one of the first photographs that had been promoted to quality image status after a fellow Wikipedian did the lens correction, which I wasn't able to do at the time. And then the third photograph is of the Icelandic Tree of the Year 2016, which I photographed in 2017 when I was on my way to Wikimania in Montreal and had a long layover there. And ever since, I created and have been updating the list of Icelandic trees of the year on the Icelandic language Wikipedia and on Wikidata.
I just love the award.
I'm just happy that there is such a thing as a list of Icelandic trees of the year. That's very Wikipedia.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on to our honorable mentions, and we will start this category. Jimmy's already ready with a giraffe. So let's welcome on the stage an English Wikipedia contributor, a Hausa Wikipedia admin, an editor who is really dedicated to supporting the MediaWiki software, and someone who is also a community builder.
Yes, congratulations to our honorable mention, Amar Pad. Please come. Thank you, congratulations.
Thank you.
So you've mentioned that Wikimania in Cape Town was one of your favorite Wikimedia memories. This is your second Wikimania. How are you enjoying it so far?
Thank you, Jimmy. It has been exciting so far. I am enjoying every moment here and learning. I am glad to be part of Wikimedia today and also be present at yet another Wikimania in Nairobi. Thank you.
Thank you, Amarpad. And you do so many things. You support the MediaWiki software. You are an editor in Wikipedia with so many edits. You're an admin in Hausa, so that's a lot. So what motivates you to contribute? What keeps you going?
Thank you, Natalia. I will say multiple factors keep me going every day. But the most important perhaps are the impact of what I am doing, and the passion to share free knowledge to broader audience. Knowing that my contributions to Wikimedia have to make free knowledge more accessible, especially to underrepresented communities like mine, gives me an incredible sense of satisfaction every day. Additionally, I would say the Wikimedia community, the global, being part of the global Wikimedia community, the community that espouses the values that I cherish, like openness, collaboration, and learning, that is hugely motivating in itself. I will give an example. I started contributing 10 years ago, and ever since I have seen how Wikimedians are generally eager to have, even before you seek help, that atmosphere of mutual encouragement and the shared sense of purpose fuels me every day, and it fuels my motivation to contribute. So many things motivate me: the fashion, the impact, the people, the shared sense of purpose, and the values of the community. Thank you. Asante sana.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Okay, so Jimmy, we don't lack Wikimedians to celebrate, and we have quite a lot of people to celebrate today. So I've heard that there is another honorable mention this year.
Yeah, the Oscar ceremonies keep adding categories and making the ceremony longer and longer. So we do our best to follow.
Okay, so in that case, let's welcome on the stage an exceptional Wikimedian who has been supporting Wikipedia in Punjabi, working on bridging the gender gap, on building female leadership in the movement, and also on building regional collaborations.
Yeah, let's welcome on the stage Nitesh.
Giraffe moment.
Giraffe moment.
Thank you so much.
So, I agree. So, Nitesh, among your many achievements, there is one that impresses me personally the most because it's something I've failed at terribly many times. So, I've heard that you took up the 100 Wikidays challenge, which is a famous challenge during which Wikimedians write one article daily for 100 days. So how did it go?
Yeah, thank you so much, Natalia, for asking this question. And I really love this question whenever people ask me this question. So I love this question. Thank you so much. So I started writing articles under 100 Wikidays challenge since 2017 during Women's Month. That time, 5 of my friends and I decided to start 100 Wikidays challenge, and that was fun. And I was the only one who completed that. So after 100 days, I thought to continue my 100 Wikidays for 400 days to complete 500 days. Then after 500 days, I got addicted. Then again 1000 Wikidays. So then I decided, let's keep going on. And I don't know where I will stop, Natalia, but yeah, it's still going on.
Well, I can say that I never made it past 24, something like that. So.
Well, I can barely keep my streak on Duolingo studying for about a minute a day, so writing an article a day, that's amazing. So tell us more about what drives you to add content in Punjabi.
When I was doing my bachelor's, I created my account, and that time that was really boring to me because I had to create an assignment on that to get marks from my professor. So then after some days, I thought, let's explore Wikipedia, and I contacted Sadeep. He is from my community. So I asked him, tell me more about Wikipedia. Then he explained things to me. I started editing Wikipedia from my phone, and then I found it's really interesting. First thing is I love my language, and I found something to contribute to my language directly, right? And second thing was about when I was keep going on, I started involving in in other discussions, initiatives. I found that there is a big gender gap also. So it's personal to me. I felt that as well. So I thought to write something about women, at least in my language, because I'm comfortable with that. So yeah, that time I in 2017 again I started writing articles about women. So I am a Punjabi literature language literature student as well. So I can relate that thing to my initiative as well. So there is a quote from our holy book, Guru Granth Sahib. It's about Sokyu Manda Akhiya, Jit Jame Rajan. So yeah, it's rough translation to it is, why should we call her inferior, from whom even kings are born? And this line reminds me women voices and stories matter. So it's that's why I'm just keep going on this topic, and I really love to edit Wikipedia. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Gorgeous. Thank you.
Yes. You can take the microphone. They take it over there. Okay. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So much joy. I could just stand here and listen to you being happy about the amazing people all day, but you're hungry. I get it. Okay. So our next category is the newcomer category, and I really like it because it brings so much joy. Last year we celebrated Leonardi from the Vayu community. The year before we celebrated Eugene from the Japanese community. So yeah, it's so much energy and joy in this category. What do you think, Jimmy?
Yeah, I mean, you know what, newcomers are the lifeblood of the future of our movement. None of us are getting any younger, and we want Wikipedia to last and to thrive, but also we need fresh new ideas. We need fresh people to come in with new energy and new sparks. So newcomers are super important. I'm actually really happy to see how many newcomers we have here at Wikimania this year. So everybody try and meet someone who's new and welcome them in.
That's amazing, Jimmy. So our newcomer of the year has joined the movement just 2 years ago, and already in this time has made 19,000 edits in Wikimedia projects, and has organized numerous edits and has been supporting the growth of content about Côte d'Ivoire.
Yeah, let's welcome to the stage our newcomer of the year, user Dadrik. Dadrik, will please join us on stage, and we also invite Mahutan to help translate. Giraffe.
Hey, Dedrick. You're quite popular. I've learned that you have been also celebrated in the same category, but Wikimedia France recently, so you are quite a celebrity. And I just wanted to ask, what motivates you to contribute?
Il n'y a pas assez d'informations sur Wikipédia concernant la Côte d'Ivoire ou l'Afrique en général. Et moi, quand je vois qu'il y a quelque chose qui manque, je l'ajoute. Et ce qui me motive le plus, c'est que j'ai compris qu'en contribuant, je pouvais en fait construire un ensemble de connaissances sur mon pays.
So, what motivated me to start contributing is that I noticed that there are not enough information about Ivory Coast, and then I start to face it. I also learned that that is the best way for me to bring information and knowledge about Ivory Coast, my country.
Et ce qui m'inspire le plus, c'est que je sais que ce que je fais actuellement sera en fait disponible pour ceux qui viendront, donc pour le futur.
So what inspired me the most is that I know that what I'm contributing now will inspire future generations.
Thank you so much. I also love how we're preparing for the next Wikimania in Paris. So I would like to ask you, as a newcomer, what would you say to others who are wondering about joining the Wikimedia movement? How would you encourage them?
Alors, tout le monde peut contribuer, surtout pour les nouvelles personnes, sans exception, tout le monde peut apporter quelque chose. Et ma petite expérience, c'est de choisir ce que vous aimez, ce qui vous passionne réellement. Et généralement, quand c'est comme ça passe très bien.
Okay, so everyone can contribute to Wikipedia. Everyone, I said. So what passionates me mostly is that.
Oui, donc tout le monde peut contribuer sans exception, et c'est ça.
Okay. So everyone can contribute to Wikipedia. Yeah.
Et pour finir, je conseille surtout de demander de l'aide lorsqu'on ne sait pas, surtout avec les mentors et les dévanciers. Toujours demander de l'aide. Et ensuite, quand vous vous trompez, n'ayez pas peur de répondre. Ayez le courage de répondre.
Okay, so to conclude, I will say that you need to ask for help when you start. Don't be shy. Ask for help. There are quite a few people who can mentor you, can support you there.
Thank you so much, Cedric. Thank you for everything that you're doing.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you, Mahuton, for translating. So as Wikimania brings together different generations of Wikimedians, our awards also bring together different generations. We talked about the newcomer, and now we will be moving to the laureate category. And it celebrates the people who are the pillars of our movement and who are the carriers of our values and who have been doing amazing work in so many ways. So Jimmy, Wikimania is about meeting friends. Does this category feel like meeting old-time friends?
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, we saw in the beginning a few of the old friends who've been to many, many Wikimanias, and I spoke about the importance of newcomers as being the lifeblood of the future of the movement, but the other lifeblood is the people who've been around for a long time, because the newcomers come in and maybe they've come from angry social media and they don't initially know our ways, and sort of to help them along and say, oh yeah, this is what we do. We try to be really nice to each other, mostly, and so educating people, bringing them along, teaching them important lessons and values like don't delete the homepage. That's actually very important. And so I just think that we need to celebrate the people who've been with us for forever.
Okay, so if we would like to name all the things that our laureate for this year has done to the movement, we would be taking much longer than the Oscars, believe me, but we will do our best. It will be a stop article, not a featured article, definitely. So, yeah, our laureate for this year holds multiple rights and Wikimedia projects, has written many articles, supported many policy processes, served in many movement committees, discovered many, many sock puppets, and has been best known for, oh, you think you know? We'll see. and has been known for the kindness and openness and the love for the Wikimedia community.
Yeah, let's welcome to the stage this year's laureate, an exceptional Wikimedian, Risker. It's in Natalia Green, so.
Thank you, Jimmy.
That made some people really happy. So, Risker, whenever I talk to you, there is so much joy in you when you talk about Wikimedia. And I wanted to ask you, what makes you happy? What brings you joy in being a Wikimedian?
I continue from my very first edit to today, to find it a very empowering movement, an empowering process to edit, to meet each other, to develop policies that not only affect our community, but affect how we reach out to the entire world. So it's exciting to be here still.
Well, Risker, you're a music lover, and it was music that led you into the Wikimedia movement. If Wikimedia were a song, what would the title be?
I think I'm going to reflect back to the first time that I ran for ARPCOM in English Wikipedia, and referenced a song by a Canadian artist, Sarah Slean. It's called Hopeful Hearts.
Oh, that's fantastic. We would play it a bit, but it's not under a free license, so.
But you can write an article in your language Wikipedia version about it. That's allowed.
That's for sure.
Great.
Thank you so much for everything, Risker. Thank you so much. Okay. Are you ready for the main category of the evening? Yes?
I would say drum roll, but our drummers, I think, left.
So.
Oh my.
Did they show it? So what can we do? Robert, welcome on the stage. What can we do?
Robertson. Oops. Oh,
thanks, crew. Thanks.
That's good. Well, we have a few nice words to say about you beforehand. If you can scroll back, they just blew that. Do you wanna? Yes.
No, we can just speak. As
he's good. We like him.
Yeah. So. So, Robert, thank you for everything that you are doing. You are an English Wikipedia editor with extended rights. You have been building your regional community. You have been supporting the EC App Hub. You have been helping to shape Wikimania, and you have been doing so much. You have been doing technical contributions. But when we chatted, and I asked you, Robert, what is something you are really, really proud of? You mentioned a certain script.
Yeah, so when I first started editing seriously on Wikipedia, I actually created a script that lets me maintain an index of all of Singapore-related articles. It crosses through all of the identified categories that are related to Singapore for all the articles and creates the formatted wiki text for the index of Singapore-related articles page on English Wikipedia. The index helps one to look at all the articles that Singapore has at one glance easily. It's updated roughly about a month on a monthly basis. We are seeing about a net increase of about 100 articles about Singapore, so it's a healthy growth. I'm actually finally working on extending the script to a full-fledged tool, so that to allow everyone to create their own indexes for English Wikipedia and hopefully for all of the Wikipedias.
Oh, that's fantastic. Great. Well, so one more question. What advice would you give to the new Wikimedians who are first joining the movement?
Yeah, so Wikimedia movement makes up of very different and diverse and disparate communities. For, I guess, a pleasant editing and contributing experience, take your time to understand the social norms, the policies, the guidelines that the community you are in, get to know others online, get to know each other offline as well. So if meetups, take the opportunity to know them, and don't be afraid to ask questions. There's no stupid questions around at Wikipedia or in Wikimedia.
Hey, fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Robert.
Totally.
Congratulations once
Thank
again.
you.
Now, please stay here on the stage because I want to invite all the other award winners, Aramil Vira, Dadrik, Eugene Risker, Amarpad, and Nitesh up for a group photo. Yeah. Okay, great. Oh, here they are. One with and one without. Okay. Okay. Ready? Yeah. Okay. Put the giraffe down. Oh, don't fall off the back.
Yeah.
Someone did one year. Okay. Wiki. Okay. Are we good? Photographers? Okay. Oh, one more. Okay, yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much. Have a great rest of Wikimania. I think someone's coming up. Don't run away just yet.
We will have a musical performance, but
We will have a musical performance.
but it won't be me and Jimmy, so hopefully.
Okay.
Thank
Ladies
you.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome Ghetto Classics, the flagship program of the Art of Music Foundation.
Brilliant.
It is a community program that involves over 500 children in Korogosho, one of Kenya's biggest slums, which is home to about 300,000 urban poor and over 1,000 more children through the Orchestra of Schools initiative. We use music education to provide the youth with opportunities to better themselves and their community. We do this by instilling in them the life skills that come with the discipline of studying art music. Our program also provides them with income-generating opportunities. The main objectives of the program are to support St. John Primary School and Korogosho community as a whole with music, knowledge, and skills, to create oneness and harmony between students, school systems, administration, and the community by using music as a merging tool for larger social transformation, to engage young people in sustainable projects and promote a fair and just society where they are equitably engaged in socio-economic developmental programs, to bring people from all races, communities together to form a formidable foundation with the aim of making music a part of culture in the Korogosho community and the other underprivileged areas in which we operate, to expand the program through the Orchestra for Schools initiative across Kenya, to replicate the Ghetto Classics model among different underprivileged communities across Kenya. In 2019, we celebrated 10 years of the Art of Music Foundation and its programs. In the 10 years that Ghetto Classics has been in existence, it has achieved these objectives. The students, overall, there have been an encouraging change in behavior of the students with increased confidence and a positive outlook on life. Our students have made an impact in the classical music world, both in Kenya, with many of our older students teaching music in the top private schools in Nairobi and across the world. For example, Teddy Otieno and Stephen Kamau. Please put your hands together and give a warm Wiki welcome for Ghetto Classics.
Round of applause for the Ghetto Classics. That brings us to the end of the opening ceremony. Thank you to all the presenters and to all the speakers. We request you all to exit the hall. Dinners on the first and the second floor. Thank you very much for joining and enjoy the rest of Wikimania. Thank you, everybody.